Hi. Where's my mouse? I was jamming. Closed it. Let me grab this before the next song starts. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. Our lovely winner today is Kai. And I did take my vitamin, so thank you, Doc. But hello, Kai. Hi, Doc. Hi, Goomber. Hi, Nova. Hi, my wife. I miss you, Nikki. And then a half axe. Hello. 563, fuck it up. Let me do that. Do I want this song? Hello. It's so cool. Don't. You'll make me cry. I'll be like the you made me ink. You made me cry. Sorry, I'm playing my silly little phone game. Okay, cool. I ran out of the energy. Fuck yeah. Okay, I can close this now. My obligation to the game is now done. Meowdy yaddy. I think the desk is too tall. I think that's better. I think now I can reach everything. You're making quiet cry later? I need to make that group chat. You're so right, though. You are so right. I am. I am in pain again today. But this time is because I put my lotion on. It puts the lotion on the skin. But I put my lotion on, but it's very scenty and very perfumey. I love it so much. But unfortunately, I am allergic to a lot of those things. You may think, then why do you use that? It smells good. I want to smell good. But yeah, my little nose is getting tickled a lot right now. Hi, Nova. How are you? Stores. To me too. I took pain meds for once. It's too much. No, real as hell. I took ibuprofen. Ibuprofen. Oh no, it's quiet. Oh no, it's gonna be nice things.
Is that the Sarah, the amazing, awesome Sarah?
Oh my
Who
god,
streams
Sarah,
and
loud in my
absolutely
ears.
awesome
loves.
Sarah.
Well,
streams and
you're so
absolutely
cool,
love.
Sarah. Appreciate you a lot.
You're so cool, Sarah. Appreciate you a lot.
I love you so much. Quiet. I just pulled off so much cat fur on this Kuromi. Ibuprofen it. That's why I'm not ibuprofen. Ibuprofen. Thank you, Quiet, for 10 months. I love you so much. I can't wait to make you bawl your eyes out later. Teehee. Teehee. Oopsie. Sorry, I'm rolling up all the cat fur so I can just put it in a ball over here. I need that for later. I have a lovely cat sticker too. Yippee. Oh my god, I need to buy that. I need to buy my journal for the next year. Oh, that makes me so sad. I appreciate you. I love and appreciate you, Kai. And I love and appreciate you, Quiet. I love and appreciate so many of you. A roll. Let's do some rolls early. It is getting towards the end of the year. Locked to buy anything? I mean, I like my choices. I don't think I have any Christmas dice. So I think we keep these. I think for the first week when we get into the new year, I'll bring out the metal dice again. I think I'll do that. My bear brother. Literally bear brother. Okay, if I want Brockhampton, I want sugar and then boogie. If I want one. Got a Secret Santa gifts back today? Been sobbing. Can I show you? Yes, please show me the art. I'll open up my Discord. So it sits right there. Also, random because my other wife, my wife Hannah sent me a little tiki-talkie, and we're both like, I hope this is real. It's Snow Miku for Fortnite. And I'm very excited if it is. I'm going to buy her because I love Miku and I have the other Miku. Oh my god, my lord. That art. I'm crying. Also, why the fuck is he looking so smug as fuck? What the hell? What the hell? Why are you so smug? Okay, first roll is going to be Doc. 12, 4, and 7. You're doing pretty good. You got that little boost because you're home. You're freaking home, bro. The rest is very normal. Did you mention Vocaloid? Why, yes, I did. I mentioned Miku, our Lord and Savior. It's a new Miku Fortnite skin. Hopefully that it's real and coming out. Hi, games. How are you? I believe. Let's see. Did it? No, it was just those two. Okay, Nikki, you're next. 4, 6, 19. You're doing great with a 19 because you're here, so you get to see your wife a little bit. The rest of it's depressed because you're not with your wife. Cannot wait to the evil residents. I cannot wait to kill all of the evil residents. Next up is Nova. Hi, Kev. 14, 18, and 6. You're doing pretty damn good today. Real as hell. Nikki, I need to get Nash a gift. But I never know what to get Nash a gift because I'm just like, I want to get her a very particular thing, but like, I never know where to shop for those particular things. Kai, 10, 19, and 14. Besides being physically in pain, you know, you're doing pretty damn good. Also, Nikki, do you celebrate the winter solstice? Because I don't know what the fuck to do for it. I think I want to put Zoro on here. I kind of forgot it was happening. And not that it was happening, but like that it's that time of year. I'm like, oh. That's right, anything, lack of energy? No, real as hell. I only celebrated the coming of spring because ky3len invited me over and we made the fucking flower crowns. It's the only reason I got to celebrate that is because somebody invited me to something. So you're real as hell. Has been good day, me lord. I got to design little guys and make lore. Fuck yeah. Sacrifice the dirty back. Sacrifice the dirty back to the moon. Not the dirty back to the moon. Oh my god, Doc. I mean, this applies to everybody, but I know for sure Doc. Oh, Kev too. Can I put Zoro there? I think I'll hang on by a little. Or Kuromi. I want you to know where I put Zoro. That is piercing Kuromi's head. Not Kuromi. Cinema will. Sorry, I have Kuromi on everything else. I love this song. God, Kai, that art is so pretty. Baldur's Gate. We had Baldur's Gate night last night. Autocorrect. It's okay. I can't even autocorrect my stuff. It gets so bad. Last night for Baldur's Gate night. We did finish what we actually set out to do. We were going to do Gortush's fight. But then we didn't know how to get into his castle again because the front gate was closed and the Steel Watch is dead because we killed all the Steel Watch already. So we went through this back entrance. And that was fine. Except then I was like, hey, you guys, there's another like little mission here. What is this? So we killed the worm. I fought a dragon last night. And when I tell you I fought the dragon, I got really excited and I wanted the dragon and I really wanted the dragon to be our friend. That didn't happen. But we got lore drop. We got lore. We got the Emperor's lore, and they were definitely lovers. They definitely did some shit. There ain't no way that he was my friend and the fucking dragon's just like, we were more than friends. And I'm like, they were. Just really good. I don't know. I would support them if they were. But there's even, I don't know. I mean, I fully believe that and that would make complete sense, but I'm like, they were in love. My little brain is, they were in love. I'm not even the one who said that. All the other guys were the ones who said that. I love this song. Did I do everything right today? Yes, I did. Okay. But yeah, we got to that part, and I got a cool helmet. It looks stupid as hell on my head, though. But it works really good. And then we fought Gortesh, and then we decided to call it for the night, because then it's the last leg of the game, and one of us is in Chicago, so he has a later time than us. I love you, wife. I miss you, wife. I love you. Tell him, yes. The silly little hat you get for fighting him. I think my friend took his sword because I already have my legendary staff. It's so sad because I have the Woe, which was Cazador's staff, but I already had a legendary staff, so it's so sad to me because I'm just like, well, I don't really want to use that. I have another one that's better. But it seems so cool. So we all have like a plethora of like super rare items just in our pocket. Just sitting there. I have it. I think I'm the only one with a dinky ass little green cape. But my cape doesn't really do anything, so you know it's fine. I'll let it pass. I'll let that one slide. I suppose I can deal with my dinky little cape. But other than that, it was great. It was a short little Baldur's Gate night. Truth be told, we started... We played for 3 hours. I'll be honest, it felt like an hour. I really want Candy Cane Lane again, actually. We're gonna do that. I really like this song. Here? For the streak? Yes, Haunted. Please make sure you stay long enough to get the streak so that it's collected and everything, but please go when you need to. But honestly, please, for the love of God, collect your streak. My brother got to that point. Ow. He took the sword, he's a paladin, and I took the helmet, and I was a bard. But then the game bugged out, and now we can't play it anymore. Oh, it's that save. Oh, that's so sad. Also, that's so funny. Like, a bard with that helmet. I love you very much, Haunted. Have a good day. I don't know what's not charged, so I'm gonna plug in my phone. I wanted to switch my headphones to my Arctic Buds, but then I realized that I had started stream. So I can't do that. It like bugs out the audio on OBS, and I'm like, well, guess we're just gonna deal with these ones because my head was hurting so much that I couldn't have my overhead headphones on. But I'll just switch to those afterwards for when I play games. Designing D&D character? Hell yeah! I need to design a character. I have like 2 little ideas in my head because when we were coming back from the show, me and Kev were talking about different classes. And then I got the lore drop about a lot of his character. I literally just sat there absorbing the information. It was very funny. Hi Fire, how are you? But I have some ideas. I am going to make another druid. I'll probably end up making a lot more druids, I won't lie. Besides Harley, because we need to make Harley. I don't know what version I'm going to make Harley in, because I don't know what I want to... Yeah, I don't know what version we're going to stick with more. You know? Actually, I need to actually put mine together. I need to actually do like my sheets and everything for it. But I don't know how to do those too much. So that part I'll need help. I got me a oh, you got yourself a barbarian. I'm sorry, but we do need to do the cats. That was a shits and giggles little idea, but like, I'm sorry, we do actually really need to make those cats. What the freak? Yeah, what the freak are you doing here? I haven't seen your name here. I see you all the time, Steven, but like, I'm just like, here? As we're talking about D&D? Damn. Oh, is it the Steam? Mercy on the Wallace. I didn't know that was here. I haven't opened up Steam. Thank you, Steven. The winter sale is coming. The winter sale is coming. I love the fucking... That's so dramatic of you. To herald the arrival of the Steam winter sale. I don't know why I get excited at every big sale, because then I'm like, oh my god, I can buy Resident Evil. I own it. The Steam sale starts 23. Jesus Christ, you literally brought in the news to like running in. The British are coming. The fucking winter sale is here. What else is happening? I'm very interested because geopolitics. Slept terrible last night because of it. Oh, geopolitics does not sound super like fun in a sense that it's easy. So good luck. Good luck, Fire. I believe in you. A cleric? I think a bard? Ooh. Haunted, I'm so excited you got into playing it too. This gives me a high turn up. I got the mail, so it's sitting on the floor right now. Where is it? aka lion, aka big cat. Oh, okay, so you built your big cat. Okay, big kitty, big kitty. Ooh, let me do fire as well. Also, Steven, these dice have gotten me through the year. We've been switching them out all year. I took some to TwitchCon. Ironically, the bags for the dice have become my Christmas decorations. Because they work. Okay, fire. Oh. You know, you're doing good. You got a 12 and a 16, but you also did roll a nat 1, so good luck. No studying. Still, it does not sound anything in life. Just is studying. It is studying. No matter what. In my brain, it's studying, and it sounds like hell. I don't like it. Achieved, fuck yeah, haunted. Get your little ass out of here. I thought about it. I don't get a subclass yet because of 2020. See, I don't, that's the only thing I need to look more into because I don't know how the rules work for the different years. So somebody's gonna have to sit me down and tell me in the dumbest way. Here, glad. Yes, the dice are performing well, except for this chunker. The chunky dice hates everyone. If you want a bad roll, you roll this dice. That shit rolled in that one. That big dice has it against everybody. It hates everybody. No full well. I'm Path of the Beast though. Ooh, okay. One at level 3. Yeah, I need to get the logistics for this because. Oh no, I don't know what type of kitty I want to make. I don't know what type of cat I want to make for the cat playthrough. The music got quiet. Oh, it got to my friend's playlist. I have not listened to his album, but it's really pretty. What's the slop? The sloop. Sorry, not the slop. I can't speak. We're making characters at level 1, so I don't get one yet. Agony. I love my friend's music so much. Okay. I don't know what to make the cat, because I don't know what everybody else. You're gonna be Big Kitty. I'm either gonna be a rogue kitty. Or a wizard kitty, I think. Wizard, warlock, one of those. One of the magics. I think that's what I do. A bard kitty would be very funny. I need to build Harley. So we have to plan Harley out. Yeah, I think I'm in between for those. I don't really like certain classes. And that's just, it's not my style. I have a cleric I want to build. I need to talk to Kev about that again because I have the funniest shit for that. I think so. Let's see. That scares. Okay, I want everybody to... Oh, my Steam finally updated it. It has the winter sale on it. I want everybody to know here, the fear that we have for dock and telling games that we want to dock is the same fear I have with my friend Steven here. It's very scary. It's very scary. What, Kev? I need to plan out my cleric with you because I forgot the thing that I want it to be, of which I, accidentally punched somebody. That one. My chat keeps breaking. The chat is very broken. What do I have in my cart? Oh, I have Resident Evil sitting there. My bad, G. I'm pretty sure it is. Let me check all the way at the bottom. Tomb Raiders. Yeah. It's not in order. I try to put stuff in somewhat order at the top, but then I keep on adding more. So yeah, it should be up to date. I'll go through it again today and take off stuff that I don't really need. But for the most part, I want all the games. Like, eventually I want to play them. So, like, yeah. I should probably take off the ones that are in the Steam family. But it's always good to have more copies for certain ones. Into the Dead, Our Darkest Day. What is that? Oh, that's that one. Oh. Didn't realize that came out. I have like 50 hours in Arc Raiders, bro. I don't even own Arc Raiders. Oh. Expedition 33 has a thank you update. That's what their little thing says. Get paid tomorrow? Guess what's on sale? Nothing. Nothing's on sale. What if I told you absolutely nothing's on sale? That would be a lie. Yeah, mobile trying to pin messages. She was kidding? That's weird. Mobile be breaking a lot. Fear I have with Quiet. Yeah, Quiet's also quite scary. Because I know Quiet has the vengeance of you gift me something. Well, now I'm going to gift you something because I care and appreciate you. Sonic Racing. $81 in, but I'm like, damn, I don't get paid till after the sale is here. Well, that's fearful news for you. I could buy all of my DLCs finally. Ooh, yeah, Heartworm. I forgot about that. Yeah, actually, I think... Oh, Cronus is that other space one. Also, if you hear the clink, I'm just, like, spitting the dice in my hand. I think, actually, for once... Go to sleep, go to sleep. A lot of these games actually are ones that I want. Oh my god, Ib. I don't actually know what this one is. I actually don't really want this one, so it's gonna get yoinked off. I don't really care about that game anymore. What is this one? Is this another, like... It looks like... Valheim. I forgot Little Neighbors 3 came out! Donkey and them never posted a video. Oh, Sonic Racing is in fact on sale. You're so right. I'm scared to be Lord. One of the games I want went from 50 to 15. Okay, but that's a fucking steal. That's a good deal right there. Getting Lord 3. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Oh, Tavern Talk looks so cool. We should play that sometime. Okay, I forgot that I put Putt Putt Travel Through Time on my wish list. All of the Sims 4 DLCs still cost $1K. I fucking hate The Sims! I love The Sims. I want the DLCs. But like, I'm so upset because I owned The Sims on EA. So I have one of my DLCs over there. But I don't have it on Steam. And I'm like, I'm not paying for that shit again unless it's like $1. Unless it's $1, I ain't buying it. Straight. Oh, House Flipper. I forgot about that. Lollipop Chainsaw. Metal Gear. Metal Gear's 40% off. That's the one I do really want. Because that's the remake that came out. I have all the other ones because out of impulse, Nikki bought them all. So yeah. Hearts is half price. This is the time of year where I fear the Kingdom Hearts sales because that's what happened to me. I got Guy and Kev gave me the entire collection. Beastie Balls on there. I don't really care for this one. Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't really care, but I like it. But it's not my top priority. I feel like I should remove it because it's... I just want the cats. I don't know. Murky Wonders, Silent Breath. Oh yeah, Silent Breath is now multiplayer. Put on Steam, but he keeps threatening me. Damn. Would be silly of me if I gave him your Steam. But yeah, that's very Kev. It checks out. As somebody who is addicted to Kingdom Hearts, yeah, it checks out. The entire time at Disneyland, B was just like, man, I want to play Kingdom Hearts. So I said, that's what happens when you're addicted to the mouse. Cosmic Wheel of Sisterhood looked really cute. Chainsaw Massacre, I don't care about that anymore, and that's at mixed reviews. Caravan Sandwich. I remember when that was coming out because Kai really loved that game. FNAF. Kingdom Hearts on sale. Yep, now it's the time of year where Kingdom Hearts get gifted to everybody. All of my Final Fantasy, Crime Scene Cleaner, The Invincible, V Rising. I don't really care about these zombie games. I won't lie, so I'm gonna remove them. The back rooms! The fucking back rooms! Behind the back rooms. Is that one out? Is this just like a walkthrough? It has mixed reviews. Truth be told, a lot of back rooms has mixed reviews. So, that's fair. A big shame would be a shame if somebody would... Yeah, it would be... That would be such a shame. If somebody were to give Kev the critical information. Final Fantasy Remastered! I love 10. I love Final Fantasy 10. Cyberpunk. Jump King? Oh my god, not the pogo stick. I remember that game. We're removing it. I don't want that game anymore, actually. And that game that I just removed was Getting Over It. I don't want it. I don't want it. Oh, I don't need this one because I have that on Epic. I think. Ooh, what the hell is that? It's a horror game. I actually think a lot of my stuff is actually pretty up to date. Oh, To the Moon is that really dramatic one. I should see if there's any Resident Evil DLCs that I can buy. Yep, it is in fact up to date. Been summoned. My sword ready, my shield at hand. Ow, 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 ow. Well, quiet is to give a little like, give a little gifty to Kai. You know? It's okay, you don't have to defend. We gotta give a little gifty to Kai. She'll cry with To the Moon. Yeah, I remember. I don't even remember the full story of that, Steve, but I remember crying at the end when I was watching PewDiePie play it. Back in the fucking day. Back in the day. Calculated, I will spend about 100 on the Steam sale. I think 8 to 9 games. That's not bad. I really need to pre-order my Resident Evil Requiem because I need to pre-order a couple of other Resident Evil stuff that's coming out. So I need to buy my ducks still. I still have the money for the ducks. It's not like I've touched the money for the ducks. I just have not ordered them. But like, oh my god. I like actually have a backlog of Resident Evil stuff I need to order. But like, I need to, let me explore Twitter. Because there was the collection, the 30th collection that was coming out, and they have it up for pre-order right now, but only for the Switch. But I thought that they were making it for different ones, because I don't know why the fuck they would have that collection, but only for the Switch. Still have the Geoduck. I hope someone gets it for me for Christmas. Time to buy you 20 Geoducks. Man, we made Quiet drop his sword and shield so fast. Maybe. See, I thought I saw. Oh, that's cute. I only see. I'm shaking my leg and it's shaking my computer. Not buying key cards. Real. I just want the generation pack. I want that collection. Oh, I see. Okay. People don't like it because game key cards. This Resident Evil collection is game key cards. That's crazy. Somebody's thank you, Capcom. I collect key cards. I'm definitely buying this. That's crazy. Don't deserve anything. You can shut your little mouth up, my little bear. Incorrect. You deserve everything. Sony for okay, interesting. Everybody's upset that it's key card, which is fine. I'm just like, I don't buy Switch things, so I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's One Piece things. Those are ugly as hell. Won't lie. On a yacht, honestly, that's not a lot. Quote from the song. Yes, I can concur that is in fact a quote from the song, and you know she's right. Is that so much to ask for? Girlie just wants a yacht. Resident Evil Generation Pack. Meow. Great value? I want it, but I don't want the Switch. That upsets me so much. This is what I want. They have a PlayStation version. The second special package celebrating 30th anniversary of Resident Evil has been announced in Volume 2. But it's a special pack Volume 2, but it has a PlayStation version, so that's what I want. Digimon is still expensive. Digimon, always expensive. You're correct. Don't it all? Yes, you do. Just like the little secret Santa art that you got. That shit was so cute. Meow 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 meow. I really want it, but not for the Switch. Especially since it's for the Switch too, it's useless to me. But I do really want the second pack. But like, there's nothing special to it that. But actually, Ashley's on the cover. Ashley's on the cover, and we do love Ashley. Is it a lot? Okay. I don't have anywhere to put it yet. Okay. Whoa. Whoa there, Steven. You already got me a chair. Okay. You already got me a chair. Where am I supposed to put a yacht? Not there. What we do? Kai is a little bear. Steve, I'll have you know, Kai's a little bear. Kai? Kai, I don't know why. I don't know why, Kai. But the way you responded to that made it 10 times better. Because, like, 20 isn't old, but for some reason, I picture you as, like, a 50-year-old man saying that. I don't know why, but the picture is really funny in my head. Is there a toy yacht? No, I already have a chair. Where am I supposed to put a yacht? On the chair, obviously. Actually, wait, you're so right, Steven. God, I don't know why, Kai. I think it was just I just picture just your little bear stunned, just like, I am this ancient being. What do you speak of? I don't know why that got me so bad. I also think it's the emotes that Steve used afterwards. Just the pure shock of like, I fucked up. I fucked up. Is this the dragon one? Yes. It's so fucking funny. I'm like, yes, don't misgender here, but that was the fucking funniest way. That was unnecessarily funny. I think I just pictured it as you as a very older man instead of, 20. You're just a young little bear. But damn, I just picture this old man sitting there like, nah, I'm this 50-year-old dude. I ain't some young gal. Going around. I feel old, goddamn. You ain't even old. I'm older than you. You ain't even old when you had to deal with somebody named Steven here who's just like, man, I'm fucking ancient, bros. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm like, I'm older than you. I'm older than you. What am I if you're ancient? What am I? Take painkillers. I'm old. You're so real. That's been me the past couple days. Kai says they're about 05. That's crazy. It's true. Yeah. What am I? Am I fucking dust? Wasting away. You're dust at this point, Kai. You're a child. I'm just a mere child. I see. I am the child of dust. Child of dust. Did I download the other game? No, I didn't. Okay. Which is fine. We're not getting to that today. I wonder what coffee Resident Evil 6 for 5. Oh, yeah, you need to get that, Kev. And then you have catching up to do. Helldivers? Helldivers. Hold on. The Festival of Reckoning is here? I can throw snowballs again. The Festival of Reckoning is among us. Helldivers. For democracy. I love Helldivers. Winter Tales. Ooh. Oh, that's Dying Light 2. That's crazy. They still update that. Warhammer. Oh my god. Quiet. Jiggle-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Quiet. May I have your attention? Can I figure out where this goes? Should I have friends to play Helldivers with? Fair. Quiet. Jingling-a-ling. Mr. Aurora here, Steven, my other friend, is the Warhammer, addict as well. Formerly Warhammer addict Quiet, meet Warhammer addict Steven. Formerly Warhammer people. Handshake. Greetings. I'm like, wait, oh my god, my 2 Warhammer people are here. My 2 Warhammer people are here. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's plushies for Date Everything. Doc. There's a plushie of Dorian. Kai loves Dorian. We should buy it. Oh, it's a giveaway. Oh, it's YouTube's. Oh, it's on YouTube's. Okay, looking. Yeah, I need to play more Warhammer. There was the Warhammer Dark Tide news that I was just like, oh, okay. Warhammer Dark Tide is really fun. Just like you like, Warhammer? Please, Warhammer? Stephen probably working. Half working. I only summoned you. I'm so excited for you, Quiet. Ehehehehe. Ehehe. But it's Bitch Broke. It is Bitch Broke month. Also, I don't know if they're out. I can't use my U2s. There we go. Ben 10 to get money off Dorian's plushie. The only reason I know that is because I was obsessed with Ben 10 when I was a kid. Limited edition. Oh my god. Kai, do you want a Dorian? Revelations are both $5. Okay, Kev, if you buy Revelations, when you buy Revelations 2, make sure you buy the other episodes. Oh my god, Dorian is so cute. Yeah, he's just a door. Then they have Betty and Skylar. And Hector. Cry if someone did that. Staring at you with my little eye. Wow, actually staring at you with my big ol' eyes. Big ol' eyes. Yeah, let me check. Revelations. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle, bow, bow, bow. Yeah, you have to make sure you buy the other episodes. I think I have everything. I don't have all the outfits. The storage packs. A lot of like the other extras. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. You don't have my address, but I know somebody who does. I never played the extra little episodes. This is a struggle. Side story in costume. Interesting. Resident. Doom. Oh, I do actually. I think I genuinely own everything. Which has everything? Yeah. I do think I genuinely own everything, actually. Yeah, I own everything for Revelations. But yeah, you just have to make sure, because if you buy the base game, you can play the first episode, but you won't be able to play the rest. I said give you... True, you would. You would, but... What the hell was that? There was a picture of a woman. It was fan art of somebody from the Resident Evil series, but it was just there and then it was gone. I think it was Sherry. I'm really sad. I still can't play it, but I did really enjoy Resident Evil Reverse, which was the, you play the different characters and you beat each other up. Online game. Resident Evil Dead Aim on stream, no, but we do own it and we had the arcade gun with it too. So yes, I did. I did like that one a lot. That one was really cool. Let's see. I should see, none of the other Resident Evil games. I wish they would port other Resident Evil games onto Steam, but I don't think so. I don't think they have anything else ported, and I'm like, no. Down, 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 down. Meow, meow. It was better than I expected. I didn't have the gun though. That's fair. It was really good. I really liked it and I really liked the characters. I think because it was like a nice little break of these random characters that we never fucking see again. But it was nice. Yeah, my brothers had the little gun with it. We are big Resident Evil fans. I say that, but they aren't. They are, but they aren't. Resident Evil. It was my half brother that technically got me into it because it was his Resident Evil game that we got. So yeah. Within is on a big. I fucking love Evil Within. I really want to play that series again. Hee 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 hee. The residents are in fact evil. Let me see. There's some stuff in Biohazard that I don't own, I think. I think I just don't own some of the other like VHS tapes. I am tempted to buy the 5 coin set for let me see. Within 2 is my favorite ending in all horror. I want to play Evil Within 2 again because when I played that on stream and I feel like I didn't get to actually explore and do things in that enough. In the first Evil Within, I rage quit and then I finished the game. That's how my experience went. I soft locked myself at one point. So that's how that went. Not Evil Within. Resident Evil 7 difficulties? Difficulties. Okay, Madhouse. So 7 and Village have Madhouse, and that's hard. Village also then has Village of Shadows, which is extreme. The rest of them are hardcore. I already have Madhouse, but like I would like the coins. Yeah, see, I never played the banned footage. That's what I don't own for Resident Evil 7. They're really cool. I loved the banned footage for Resident Evil 7 because then you get to see all the previous people that they've tortured in that house and the different things that they used to do. And I think that's really cool. The evils of residents. Resident Evil 3! Let's just do all. That's some Monster Hunter stuff. Monster Hunter Resident Evil stuff. I can buy that soundtrack. Oh, Resident Evil 4. I could buy all of the tickets. The weapon upgrade tickets. That would be very interesting. Chainsaw demo. That's so cute. The demo DLC. Shop all access voucher. Resident Evil 3, I am tempted to buy the all in-game rewards unlocked because that's really cool. And such a short game. Gotta show you one of the gifts Quiet got me. Got me a Bear Magic and Pokemon cards. Yes, show me. That soundtrack. Resident Evil 2 also has a lot of stuff that I don't own, but because it's a lot of skins. Oh my god, I'm so excited for all the skins in Requiem. I'm so excited for that. Oh yeah, Not a Hero is the Chris Redfield DLC, but that one's free. Free to play. As long as you own the game. End of Zoe is such a pretty DLC. You've been playing Cloud Metal. We recommend you playing Anthro. Here, thanks, team. I'm not a pervert. I swear. Yeah. Keep telling you, keep telling yourself that. Damn, that was mean. Fucking Rebecca. I love her. I'm so glad we never tried to finish the end of that game. Like, I have beaten it multiple times. I just was not going to put myself through that again. It pisses me off that they have Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City on here, and I really want the game. But that's the game that keeps on going on and off of Steam, so I don't actually own that one. But you can buy all the DLCs for it. So it's a little bit troubling. Hi, Dion. How are you? What was the Not a Hero one? I own all the game. I haven't heard. That one is the DLC for Resident Evil 7. So after you beat the game, you can go in as then Chris Redfield and you're like cleaning up the mess of it and you're trying to find information. They call me LNA. You know, just be that way. Good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing well. It was a bit of a rough day yesterday, but you know, it wasn't bad. It's really fun, Steve. It's the same with like End of Zoe. I really like that DLC for 7. For Biohazard. Why does Steam Sale have to tempt me. You're so real for that. And me as hell. Because I could actually, well, that's only 20% off. I probably shouldn't get that. Actually, do I have this on my wish list? I don't. Let me add that. I've never played a single Diablo game, but I am intrigued. Mega bonk. Better than me. Spider-Man. I do want to play Death Stranding. I think I own it on Epic. I hate that that's where my Alan Wake is. Mega bonk. Better than this. Is it on PC? Continue? Oh, okay. Man, I haven't logged into Epic in so long. I really want to play Alan Wake. I want to play Alan Wake so badly. I say that all the time and then I never actually play it. I really need to finish it because it's a spiral. Okay, well, I don't. It's telling me my password's wrong, and I'm like, I know. Okay, stop telling me. I just need to get it right. Is it this one? Oh, hold on. I spelled that all wrong. Okay, so I don't remember my Epic password right now, so we're not going to worry about that. Hee hee hee. Damn! Damn, dog, damn! They want our 50 and 70% off, me lord? Oh, damn, that's a good sale. That is really not bad at all. I dropped frames again. I wonder why. I'm seeing a lot more common theme of me dropping frames. Dune Awakening! What else we got? I do want Hades too, but I still need to beat Hades. So, that's okay. Hello? Oh, Ace Pakache. Expedition 33. I don't know if they're gonna do a, Game of the Year version. I should probably just buy it, which I will. It's not that expensive, truth be told. Okay. That was just... That was just me? What you mean by it? I think I had to join Hunt Showdown, but since it's PvP, I don't know if I'll get it. You would adore Hunt Showdown, especially for the weaponry, because that stuff is amazing. I love the guns in that game. And especially, like, I don't know, some of them are just so silly. The Bomb Lance is one of my favorite ones. But, like, it is PvP, and people get really, not, like, aggressive on that, but, like, sometimes they're just better. And I genuinely mean they're just better, and they know the maps and know things well, and they shoot you from so far away, and you don't even see them. But it's so much fun. I love it. I do want to open what Turno got me. I'm pretty sure this is from Turno. Amazon. I don't know what the frick. I love the wording on it. It's very funny. I'm tempted to pick up Winter Overall. It's a very cute survival game akin to Don't Survive, but it's a mouth. Ooh, okay. That's a very you on brand thing. Oh, did he get me a cup? The fucking cat cup. Oh my god, the little guy there. He's a fucking little cat cup. Oh my god. Damn, my cat's gonna have that. That's a nice lid. Hold on, does that screw? Oh my god. Smells like plastic. Damn, that's screwed in there. It's a, everything is fine, I'm fine. This will be my new car cup. Probably that's cup too. Yeah. Yeah. I'm very weak. I can't do this. Yep. No, am I just that weak? Oh my god. I am just that weak. I couldn't slide it. That's nice. Oh my gosh. There we go. But then it has a straw hole. I really like that this is like the straw. Like there's a straw hole. I like that. Oh, I can't just... And it's screw? Because the one that I have is just a pop top. Okay, that's cute. And it's metal straw. Okay, the crinkling of this plastic is hurting my ears. Don't ask why. That's so cute. I have to put it on the floor though. There's too much stuff on my desk. That's so cute. We'll have to turn it when he gets back. He's playing games. And probably trying to work. So Doc, are you playing games with us today? Is that to what my understanding is? Did you not go to work? Resident Evil Resistance, bro. That's so upsetting. Feel happy? That's not so... Oh, actually, Doc, wait, I have dramatic stuff to tell you. We killed Gortash last night, which meant Karlak really wanted to see Gortash, and then Karlak had her absolute meltdown, and I thought I was about to witness her die. I thought she was about to explode, and I got so worried and concerned. Also, I think I flirted with her. And then... And then we stopped talking to her. We brought Gortash's body to her, I want you to know. And then we stopped talking to her, and then she wanted to talk in, so I talked to her again. And then she was all calm, and she was super happy, just like, no, you know what? We're alive. That's great. And we're laughing. And then she asked me the stupid question of, like, would you be there with me when I died, like, to the end? And I was like, yeah, I will. Every time I understand Daka. It's like, hey, soldier. I understand. Drag you up if you want. Are you in there, my lord? Damn, you in there, my lord. Yes, my lord can drag you up. Do not worry, my lord. My lord will move you. Why have I been atted? Oh my god. It was Steven spreading the news of the Steam sale. That's so funny. There's stuff coming 26. I can't post videos at the moment. Yay. Oh, winter skins for Map of Rivals is out. I may be up there, my lord. Oh, yes, my lord. Steve, I about lost it last night when Miss Karlak was saying that. And I was like, I understand everything. Anyways, Doc, yes, we will have you for games today. Don't worry. I just need to go on the rant of, whatever the fuck that's called. Baldur's Gate. Dude, hearing her, like, genuinely ask, like, when I die, will you be there with me? Like, will you be there with me to the end? Which is so funny because I told her that in the other conversation when she was losing her mind, she just need to calm down. That was it. Part of the Steam sale? Want to be part of the Steam sale? The Steam starts spreading. Everybody gotta, like, take it like wildfire and run to other people like, Steam sale! Just running through. To finish BG3, I've been taking it slow. Good. Honestly, take it slow. The playthrough that I was talking about is one that we stopped playing for a whole year because we got too busy, because it's an entire party that I have, so it's a whole group of friends. But I haven't finished my own, and I'm now realizing too, like, oh yeah, I'm towards the end. I'm like, wait, did I beat that boss? I haven't done certain things, so I'm like, oh, guess I'm gonna do a little backtracking for a little bit. Which I'm not too worried because I do want to play it again anyways. She's down to 45. That's not bad. Still feels like a lot. It is a lot, but it is definitely worth it with how much stuff is in there and how well the game is. Look who's in there. Okay, so let me get this all set up because we know these games don't like me. I still need to make my Outlast. I talk about this every time. My Outlast edit for this song because I have it slowly piecing together. There's a few things that I need. We got some clips from stream that I need to yoink and put in. But yeah, I'm very excited. I really just need to sit down and edit. I haven't been feeling editing as much, and I'm very sad because I did really like it. And then I feel like I got behind on stuff because of holidays, and then that's when my depression started. And that's when my that's when my drinking problem started. splashes water off the side. I fucking love airplanes. That's such a funny movie. Okay, let me give you that sound and that sound. So when they come over here, you'll hear that. Working up the courage to ask. Ask what? Trying to find people to play it and recommend asking on Reddit. Honestly, yeah, no, ask them. Just ask. You can do it. Just make that post. Do what I do, Dion. When I post my YouTube shorts and my TikToks, sometimes I just put it there and then I leave and I forget about it. Then I come back and I'm like, oh, would you look at that? Just do something like that. Let me go grab these little goobers. Incoming. We have 2 voices incoming. Oh my god.
Hello.
I forgot you have a little hat.
Oh, I got it. Ah, there we go.
The preparation.
'Twas not calico, but good try, me lord.
Twas not calico.
I don't know if I want to even keep that one. It's been getting it got review bombed. It's getting review bombed.
Calico is really?
Yeah.
I gotta take out my earbud. I was about to start hearing myself talk.
Yeah. As soon as I saw you, Sarah jump in, I have to immediately mute the freaking stream. Also start hearing myself, and I'm like, ah.
Calico, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's been getting review bombed.
Should have been innocent.
It's wild.
That's good because it's been out for
700 negative reviews.
That's crazy. What the fuck happened?
The controls.
That's
when
did this?
Apparently it's so bad that people have had to like manually Alt F4 the game because it'll just stop recognizing controls.
That's so weird. And it's like because it's been out for so long. What's this?
Oh, there's yeah.
They push through like an update.
That's what I'm like.
Maybe it's been all the way since October. Really, it's been getting bad, like really bad negative reviews.
Because it came out in 2020. That's why I'm like, wait, that game's been out.
Yeah. But no, I was shocked at the fact that fucking Persona's been. It's so why? How? It's never been that bad before.
Yeah. What the?
Yeah. I don't know. I really want to know why it's being. What happened to it?
That's why I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm like, huh?
Where did it all go wrong?
Yeah, it's a very cute game.
Yeah, that's why I had it added.
Yeah, I have it added. It's 70% off right now. Apparently it's just got really awkward movements and controls, which is really bad when you're in a 3D space.
Ooh, yeah.
As well as the instructions, like, you know, the hints and everything that it gives you just aren't there. Or they just aren't useful or relevant at the time, and it's just, yeah.
I know I personally have stopped playing games because the controls are bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. That's why I play on controller a lot of the time, because if it's clunky on keyboard and mouse, I swap to controller and hope it's better. If it's not better, then I just abandon the game completely.
Just abandoned it.
Yeah.
I wish there was like maybe once a year on Steam you could sell your games that you don't ever play because you abandoned them back in Steam.
That would be cool to do.
Like, there's a game in my library that I played one time, and it came with 6 other games, I swear.
Oh my good heavens.
Dino Cop has another update.
Dino Cop. Writing down my schedule really quick. that a full 8? Is this a full 8?
The game is called Dinosaur Hunt, and it came with like I said, 5 to 6 other games, and they're all bad.
Oh.
Oh no. It's
never
honestly
died.
why I stopped playing the new, like, what is it, the remastered Spyro, because they just wouldn't let me change the camera controls, and they were inverted, and I just couldn't do it.
Sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
just couldn't do it. I'll be real.
I'm sorry. Yes, Joe Biden clone. What question do you have?
Oh my god, you have a. Oh my god.
That's why I laughed. I looked
my
at the
God.
name. 7 gives person. What did you purchase, Kev? God, I need to also
Update.
turn up little people's.
Beastie update.
I really want to play Beastie Ball still. Do you perhaps
you
have
should play
$30? I
Beastie
have
Ball.
at
They
least
had-
$3. For why, Mr. Biden clone? What may have use of this information?
New premiere and a new music track earlier today. There was a whole
Ooh.
premiere for it and everything when you
Oh,
started
that's
streaming.
cute.
It's so cool.
Am I gonna need water for this
Okay, let's
stream?
stand up. Oh yeah, do you need water?
I need to go get
We-
water.
Yeah, go get
And
water.
We do, yeah. And
Ask you to give me a game? Unfortunately, no. So sorry, Joe Biden. If you were a Joe Biden clone, you know, you should have money. You work for. Actually, with a clone, you may not work for government. You know, don't want to. You don't have to. Nay, I do not. Okay, I do not have the money to do so. Because my money's going to my
Alas.
friends.
no money.
Yeah. You really, bear here, don't have no money. I don't work. It be
My
that
money
way.
went to my friend.
It do be that way, Mr. Clone. No worries, but there's no money. No money. Money go to Christmas
One thing I-
gifts for most people right now. I still owe people
One
many
thing
of
I'm gonna
money.
do is get the silly Beastie Ball soundtrack.
Yes, the Beastie Ball soundtrack is so good.
I doth return.
They
Oh,
released
hell yeah!
the new. Yay! They released the new track today. Yeah. We are now at 69 tracks in the Beastie Ball
Hell yes.
soundtrack.
Also, Joe Biden,
69,
no,
nice.
no one here does have the money for $30.
No, not a week till Christmas. No.
Yes. God, Christmas.
Anyway,
it's
guys,
just a week away.
There's this wonderful thing of Christmas, just a week away. Oh my god, guys! I need just a week away.
I need to message Autumn and I need to send her that audio.
It's just me and my friends have been doing it fucking non-stop. We cannot stop. It is bad. This is
Skidoosh.
Beastie Ball.
Beastie Ball.
My entire thing goes.
Skidoosh. Kev, come back to us, Kev. What games did you buy? I would say Kev,
Kev,
did
I
have
gotta
$30.
know.
Kev no longer has those $30. Oh yeah, you're getting the lore drop of. Well, it's not like super previous. Chris Redfield is just Chris Redfield since the last time we saw him after 5.
I'm just staring at Mr. Gross.
Some
We
the
doing?
day after we got done playing.
Wait, what?
Stare with the cold eyes.
I played through this entire section as Pierce, like the day after
Did
we
you-
played,
Listen up.
so on Friday.
You were
VSAA,
prepared.
Our job is to rid the world of bioterrorism.
I don't want
The
to
only way
slip.
we're gonna do that is by sticking together.
Damn.
Nobody's expendable. Exactly.
I love Pierce.
Now each and every
I'm
one
so
of you may
much.
be
What are
ready
you
to
talking
die
about,
for
Pierce?
our cause. But it's my
I
job to
love
make sure
Pierce
we all get
so
through this alive.
much. I'm gonna cry.
Suck it up, Finn.
Yeah, suck it up, Finn.
Sorry, sir. No
Why?
one gets
Looking
killed
at you
on
over
Bring it
there.
my watch. Understood? Yes, sir. Finn, Give us the update.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you. You're in the game. Look, you're there. That's you.
Gorillas are using a new
Don't ask what that device is.
Command is calling them Juabo.
Christmas, just
Tweak
They are
away.
extremely intelligent, incredibly strong,
Sorry,
and have the ability to mutate.
You did. You did. You. That's you.
Split into 3 teams.
Just a week away.
Move out. You got it, sir.
Oh my god. So Quiet's out here playing Magic again, right?
Rookie,
And
huh?
he
Yes,
had
sir.
me
Finn McCall,
pick a deck for
I
him.
know you're nervous, Finn.
Bear
got
in
your
mind
back,
I know nothing
okay?
about Magic. I
Yes, sir.
picked a bear
I'll give
deck
this
and I
everything
just
I've
got
got.
a message from Quiet that just says the bear is nuts.
Well, you heard it here first.
Well,
the bear's nuts.
Is he always this awesome?
Bear's nuts.
I had to have a bear.
I love
There had
Pierce
to
so
be at
much.
least one bear in the deck.
Pierce is such an asshole.
I love Pierce. I love him so much. Pierce, marry me.
Be an asshole and we can still love him.
Yeah. Finn is just a little crybaby. Oh, whoever was in that car is dead. Yeah, I fucking love Astarion.
Engaging the enemy.
Copy that. Keep an eye out for those powered-up soldiers.
Where are my weapons?
I hated them.
Why would you eat it to them?
Alpha team, come in.
Oh god, I can't.
Our units are spread too thin.
Oh my
right
god.
now. I'm afraid we can't offer you any assistance.
Oh, that's great.
Oh my god, I need to get used to these controls.
Oh
Lucky.
no, I'm all out of ammo.
Oh my god. I'm not used to these controls. Oh no, that's not pickup. That's not pickup. How do I pick up? It's F. I just don't have space. I have my grenade out. Thank you. Oh my god, everything's happening.
I got ammo.
Oh, I don't have space for anything because of the stupid grenade launcher.
Granada.
Yes, the Granada. Correct. I guess I just roll out. Is it F? Oh, it's R to pick up. I wasn't even on the right one.
Oh, hair stuck in my nose. Hair stuck in my nose.
That's weird.
Oh, this man just died. Okay, okay. Okay, we gotta lock in. Okay. And by that, me. Did you?
I just got blown up.
Oh,
Don't do that, silly. That's not good for you.
you didn't drop me anything. Yeah, no, don't do that. Oh, he's growing an arm. That man took bullets for his other man.
You're sitting ducks out
Fuck
there,
you.
Alpha. Get inside
Fuck
that
you.
building.
Fuck you.
He's the new species HQ was warning us about. Bullets don't even phase them. This ain't our normal platform.
Oh my god, I didn't mean that man just came I didn't expect him right there.
Oh, damn.
Shoot his toes. Did
Get
you
him in the toes.
grab his dick and twist it? Oh, I was trying to hit his dead body.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Grab his dick and twist it. Oh, I really need this.
Twist this dick.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Twist.
Good old Resident Evil games and Divinity games. Ooh. Which Resident Evil games? I need to know
Hell
exactly what you
yeah.
added to your collection. All the Revelations game. I assume. Oh my good heavens. And 6. Oh, he's stinky.
Oh my god, Lord.
Hello, her. I hardly know her.
Oh
my eyes.
I'm so sorry.
And my ears, actually, too. Oh my god. Oh, that was so
Why
funny.
is it so bright?
That was so...
I threw a flashbang.
I forgot how bad those sounded.
I thought it was a regular grenade at first.
Oh my god, that was so funny.
And cut.
Lord.
Oh, is it the big boys? Itty bitty boys?
Yeah.
The city boys. I like big boys. Itty bitty boys. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it. Why does he have to be so gross like that?
God, I wish I had some sniper rifle ammo, because it takes like 3 rounds of sniper rifle ammo to kill him.
How many new species are there?
He's gonna throw a car. He's gonna throw a car.
So large. Can you stop being so large like that?
I wanna jump on him. You'll understand later. Is his feet like stuck in mud? Why you be looking like that? Hey, that's our bridge. Why'd they both make that noise?
No, I need that bridge.
Finn, we got a new VOW on our tail.
Hey, excuse me, it's a bow.
Firepower now.
Removing the barricade now.
Oh my god.
I'll be there as soon as I can.
I turned myself around. Oh my god, get up. Get up, Chris. Get up, Chris. Get up, Chris. Chris, get up.
Oh, I want sniper ammo. That's a flash grenade.
I didn't reload.
Nope.
Did I just...
Flashbang everyone.
I accidentally dodged.
I tried that.
Oh my good heavens. I could do it. I could do it. Get down. Yeah. No. Was I not high enough? I wanted to...
You're on the wrong side.
I want to get on him. Get him. I killed this man though. Ew. His like legs disintegrated. They want
only
to
took
jump.
one? I thought it took multiple.
We'll have more soon. I don't really remember this exact part. I don't know why. I don't know why he thought he was gonna climb on that.
Just skedaddles away.
From Route 1 to Route 4.
He's just like, oh, you hurt my head.
I didn't know VOWs could get that big.
They're giving them new stuff. They can make any kind of freak show they
They're
want.
giving him new stuff. They're giving him apple juice.
He needs some milk.
Sometimes you just
They
gotta
gave
have
up.
the healing appy juice, you know?
They gave him lots of appy juice.
They're all over.
I know that voice. And I know for a fact, me and Nikki both know that voice. And we, in fact, looked up that voice as we were playing this last time. And I think that's gonna haunt me now. Oh, I'm stuck behind a wall. Ooh, what's there? Points! This car is a little too big. Okay, thank you, car. Oh, you killed somebody for me. Thank you.
GPC to get through that fence.
Oh, points!
Oh, sniper ammo.
Ooh, a piece of candy. You stop that up there. I am multitasking right now. Where'd that person go? Oh, I didn't reload. Yeah, you get him. Ow. Who thought it was okay to shoot Mr. Redfield? That was quite rude. What'd I get? Ammo? Fuck yeah. Somebody's like up there. Oh, where's... Sir, my men are over there. Oh, somebody has a laser pointed right at me.
Working on him. Oh, never mind. He's dead.
He's fucking dead. Oh. Oh my god, their truck almost hit me!
How freaking down there? How down there?
It honestly scared me. I thought I was gonna die in that moment. Yippee, yippee, yippee! Wahoo, wahoo! Give me that! Oh, I should heal.
Finn, get over here. I need you to blow this fence.
Yeah, blow this fence.
Setting charges now.
Yeah, Finn, come on. Okay, well, we wait for Finn. Oh, hey, there's boxes up there. Yeah, I see you. You beating the boxes. Ooh. Oh. One thing of ammo. The rest.
Yeah, that's what
Points.
I got too.
Here you get one
Zombies.
ammo.
What is with all the flash grenades?
I don't know, they're being very dramatic. Oh, Finn already blew it. Okay, thank you. He didn't give us any warning.
There's a train car blocking the way. This route's a no-go.
Why are we shouting at each other? We're all right next to each other.
I'll blow the car and clear a path.
Can I get out of this cutscene, please?
I know, I want to look around.
Please stop locking me in on Finn.
Also, Finn is very much you, Kai, because all he is doing is exploding things.
God damn.
Explode.
Yes, a little bit of arson. Oh my good heavens! I just walked this man around. I juked him in a circle. Finn, explode it faster, please. Politely. I ask politely. Oh, Baloo. Oh, what are you doing up here? I was minding my own business.
This guy was a rocket launcher. And I was out of
Moving as
ammo.
fast as I can here. Hang in there.
Are you still alive? You are. I killed him now. Please die. Got any enemies over here? No. Losers.
Damn.
I shot an acid round at them. Oh! Oh, he fell. Oh, that's you. I shot you. Aimed my shotgun. Yeah. Oh! Oh, you. I heard that pop. That's a... Okay.
Almost done.
I want to collect all this ammo because I'm scared it's going to throw us in a cutscene and take us away from our ammo.
I think it immediately does throw us in a cutscene.
Okay. I'm glad I collected the ammo then. Like, I'm gonna lose all my precious... Ow, stop punching? Shooting me, I'm punching you.
It's very fucked up in these ones.
That's what I'm saying. Boom. Yeah. Okay, he's almost done. Is there any more ammo over here? Oh, he's about to explode.
Whoa! Grab some cover.
Okay. It didn't matter. I can't see where I am.
Explodes.
Explodes. This man said grab some cover. We're all standing by it.
Grab some cover as we walk closer to the explosive.
Scary. That's scary. I love it. That's Sonic. Sonic. In. I do remember this part.
HQ to Alpha Team. City Hall's on the other side of the bridge. Pick up Bravo.
Ooh,
and
an
move in.
herb.
What's the status? Any casualties?
Ooh. Oh, I picked up that herb. Oh,
They've got a
Thank
man
you.
down on the bridge.
Take on the bridge! The whole thing is blocked off!
No,
Okay,
it's
people.
cutscene time for
Getting to the
you.
wounded
Yep.
is priority one.
oh my god, Finn is Michelangelo. Oh, he's Spider-Man in Marvel Rivals. That's why I'm having like war flashbacks.
Hey, Spider-Man!
Yep.
Spider-Man!
That's the exact voice that I hear is Spider-Man.
Hell yeah.
And I'm like, that's who I... Oh, my mom's calling me. Hold on. Hold up.
Captain.
Oh, we lost Sarah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Fuck. That means we're in charge now.
She's gone. I don't know what happened to her.
She fucking died.
Hello?
Never again.
Hurry! How do I shout? Can I shout?
Wait.
There we go.
Wait.
Move it.
Where? Oh no, I'm yeeting you across. I need to be here. My mom called me. I need to go check for a package, but that's not important right now.
You gotta get him out.
Copy that.
We
I'm
can
playing
take a second.
Resident
That's
Evil
currently
right
happening.
now. Oh, it's happening. There's no going back.
Never mind.
Crawling through my pain. Yes, Finn, grab my hand. Yeah, that's just
My hand
Spider-Man.
through the screen.
How are you, Finn? How's our injured friend?
Thank you, Spider-Man.
Still with us. Going to administer first
Gimme.
aid.
Alpha team, come in.
You,
There's
Spider-Man.
an OC-42 tank moving on your position. Looks like it's had some modifications.
Damn, I can't believe Steam could be so fucked up and evil like that.
Careful, Captain.
Fucked up and evil.
Oh, it's so fucked up and evil.
So
Can't
fucked up
believe
and evil.
it would I can't believe it would do that. You just wanna buy silly games for silly friends. It's like nah.
Is it one of those things where the game is on sale for you, but you can't buy it because it's too cheap in the other markets?
Well, he's from the same place as us.
I'm gonna need a bigger gun.
Like when I try to buy
Is that
games
happening?
that are on sale.
I can take care of that truck.
Damn.
Need
That's
Mr.
mean.
Wormman dead. Don't shoot me, Tank! Don't shoot me!
Same kid. I thought you were gonna Mr. Sandman.
Mr.
Give me a dream. Oh, 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 oh.
There we go.
I forgot how to.
Nice shooting.
He's dead.
Pierce.
Okay. I feared for my life because I was standing there as the tank was looking
Let's go.
at me.
Let's go. I'm picking up the.
Yeah, man. Give
What's
me
the
a dream.
call
Bum, 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 bum. Is that what I think it is? There is one that's somewhere over there.
No.
The fuck you mean, I should pay attention.
No.
No. That's like the kid at a spider like that. No. The fuck you
I'm
mean,
heading to the upper level of the bridge. Meet me up on
They
top.
just told me to hold my horses while they take a look at my purchase. Damn, they said, are you actually, like, do you actually have this money? Are you sure about that?
Damn.
They don't think you're
That's
real.
mean.
What the freak?
No, what the freak? That's
What
fucked up.
The freak, my dude. So I just could hear, Mr. Grinch in my head. What is up, my guy? No, who's shooting me? Dude, I dare you.
The grunt.
Please give me some ammo.
Hi, Goomber. How are you? First time I've been accused of being a bot. Damn. Where's this man shooting you? Oh, is he down there? How rude. How rude of him. It really is questioning you.
That's mean.
Let's see. Goomber, this time of the 12?
Captain,
6
we've
and
got
6.
no way to reach you. I need
You're
you to
doing
lower
good.
the ladder.
Oh. There we go.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Congratulations, Goomber.
Great. Oh, yay! Yes, I remember you telling me.
I'm so proud. I'm so proud. Yay!
Over here.
I want to hear him yell. Hold on, I want to hear.
I'm
Over
coming.
here.
I'm coming.
Hurry up!
There we go.
Jesus Christ.
It's the
Why is he
same
screaming?
line, but he's screaming. Bow, 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 bow. Whee! Where's my fin?
Enemy reinforcements are moving in. Ben, I need you here.
I got
Finn.
a problem here that can't walk. Roll
Fin.
without me for now.
Where's my fin?
No one on this team
It
gets
is
left
taking
behind.
every ounce of me
Hold
not
our
to
positions for
respond
now.
every time
I
you
don't care if
say
you have to drag
Finn.
him. Steve, what's up here?
There's my fin.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
On
There's
my
my
way.
bear. There's my Spider-Man.
We've got to keep this bridge secure until Finn gets back.
I don't like that thing.
Who's Roger?
Oh.
Oh, that's right. They're parachuting in.
Look at him drop it like it's hot. Oh, hey, there's ammo over there. I want the ammo. We want the ammo. Where? Get off of that. Meow, meow, meow. Me, 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 meow. Me using your God-given name, and it's not even to actually ask you anything. It's just to call out the little character of this.
Finn, report your current location.
Yeah, Finn, report your current location.
Ladder, sir. Almost there.
You're doing great, sweetie. You're carrying a whole man on your back, literally.
Hell yeah, we love men here.
We love men. Not a woman. Oh! That man exploded.
I threw a grenade before I ran back.
Okay.
I watched him explode. I still couldn't,
We need to
Come on, Finn! We have you! We have you right here! It's like you're actually with us. Thank you, Spider-Man. Come on, Spider-Man. Come on, Spider-Man. Ew, he has the boots with the fur. I hate those ones.
I'll get started planting the explosives.
I just made everything a lot worse.
Okay. You gotta plant the explosions. Explosions? Don't quote me on how I said that word. Explosions! I'm running out of ammo, but like, simply because I can't pick up the other ammo. No, no, no,
Everyone fall back and find cover.
no. I'm trying to pick up the ammo.
No.
Trying to pick up the ammo. Okay, I picked up some ammo. It's good enough. I'm just like, no, no, Finn, don't put me in the cutscene yet.
Captain, we've got a railway gun in play.
Yeah, we do. It's been.
You can before you blow the charge in. Finn, it's all on you
We
now.
shot his shirt off.
Roger that.
His shirt just like disintegrated.
Shooting everyone with a sniper rifle, you dick.
Okay, and then indirectly told me multiple times that she's very impressed. I said a lot. That's so good, Goomber, good. You know, the sixes aren't a bad thing then that you rolled. You're just exhausted. You've had a great day, but you did good, and I'm so proud of you. It's best to verify that I actually have money to finish Christmas shopping. It really said, are you sure? It's like, I think you don't have the money. It's like, Steam, please, I have the money. Is Spider Resident Evil 6? I should replay it someday. Yes, you should, Goomba. This is Chris and Pierce's story, and I love it so much. Chris and Pierce's are one of my favorite, probably the second favorite story.
Sherry Birkin, national
Yeah!
security.
Yeah, this is my wife. Yeah, Timmy Birkins. I'm telling you, that's her fucking voice in Requiem.
Sherry Burke.
That is Sherry.
You were in Raccoon City,
How do you know that?
Claire.
Wait,
How do
Are
you
you
know that?
Chris?
Well, I was there.
Sisters told me all about you.
He wasn't there. Chris Redfield wasn't there though. His sister was though. No.
yes, he's a mercenary, but right now he's under the protection of the U.S. government. He's no threat to the PSAA.
I don't know where Chris was at that time.
me to be. What did you just say?
Oh, I forgot about these two.
What? Nothing.
HQ to Alpha Team. Reinforcements are unable to land due to anti-aircraft artillery.
I don't know how
Alpha
Chris
team copy.
caught on to who his father is at all, because he doesn't really, you know, have... He looks like a ginger. And he just looks like an angry man, that's it.
And also, he doesn't have the same last name.
Yeah, like, he doesn't really look like his father at all. But he's like, man, there's something familiar about you.
We'll talk later. Right now, you need to find cover.
Oh, he's in pain. Oh, my head. It means, we can see your pain now?
Right.
Oh, I was halfway through reading that.
Those
Running.
aircraft turrets are holding us at bay.
Running.
Roger that, Echo. We'll take care of them for you.
Boxes, 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 boxes. Yeah. Fucking ammo I can't pick up.
Target's over here.
Yes, yes, Finn. Anything for you, Finn.
I'm out of ammo.
I wanted to
Out
jump
of the
that.
question. You need to get to safety.
Don't worry about it. I handle myself. You need to...
Oh, hold on. Let me start working on taking down the big guy.
Yes. I want to jump on his back. Anyways, is it bad that just traveling will take 15% of my... That's crazy.
That's so much.
It do really be like that sometimes with having to travel. Jump on his fucking back! Oh, Sherry, are you okay?
There you go, sir.
I'm coming! I'm running! Yeah! Oh, I just hear Sherry in pain in there.
Sherry just got shot in the face.
Wahoo! Except now I'm on the floor. Okay. Oh, hey, Sherry. Come on, Sherry. We're going back up. Finn's doing his explosive thing still.
Two-hour travel time?
Hello. I didn't expect someone to grab a hold of me.
I snapped his neck. Don't worry.
Grab his dick and twist it.
Grab his dick and twist it. Boom. That's a crazy commute. Like, I have an hour commute about. So, like, ooh, he tried to stab me.
You want it again?
You can do it. I'm also kind of grabbed right now. Okay. Thank you, Sherry.
Stab him, Lord.
He grabbed my dick and tried to twist it. Oh my god, get the fuck out of here, Sherry.
Without consent?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, there was some boxes up there.
No, it's not dead yet.
Okay, head to the next target.
Oh my god, he almost stepped on me. Oh my god. By metro and subway. Oh. Oh.
Oh, there he is. Now he's dead.
You know, Finn really does have a lot of explosions. Like, every door he's exploding to open. You're right. It's just, like, man. He said, yeah, I'm packed and ready for this mission. Because all of his pockets entirely filled with explosions.
He's the exploding guy. You gotta have the guys that explode.
Do you just explode?
Sometimes. That's what happens whenever somebody gives me a gift.
You're right, you're right. Hey, who's shooting me?
I'm setting charges on the anti-aircraft guns now, but it's gonna take a while. See if you can buy me some time. Just
Would
need
you-
a little more time.
Sir, you just got here. Excuse me, Sherry. Sherry, are you gonna do anything?
No.
She was just standing there. I'm like, oh, okay. Ooh, someone's a-coming. Oh, he's right there. Yeah, reload. Yeah.
Look over and see Sarah just blasting a guy that is currently laying on the ground.
Yeah. Not allowed. Okay. There we go. Oh, he's done. It's time to get the freak out of here.
Charges are set. Everyone get back.
I got my pockets. I really don't got pocket space.
One gun left. There's another giant BOW closing in on your left.
BOW.
The one we lost at the Two of Hearts. Alpha, prepare to engage.
Or
Only one to go.
don't.
Everyone into that underground passage.
Oh, it's my favorite part, the underground passage. Finn, explode the door. Kaboomy. It is like we actually have you here. Oh, that poor man. Oh, you're not part of our team. It's a green herb.
You hear me? Sometimes you don't just explode.
Hello.
You're right. I want this
The
herb.
music is so dramatic.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Jake and Sherry. You know, I'm just trying to collect my things, okay? Don't judge me. I'm scared of this little hole. I better run. Yep.
You know, I feel like I've been leaving some stuff out. Chris's, what is it called? His assault rifle for special tactics or some stuff like that. If you're curious, it's based on the Bushmaster ACR.
You're telling me all that, and I just watched Sherry get grabbed out of the hole. You're like telling me this information. I'm just watching her just get ascended up. I'm like, oh, Sherry.
Shield heal quickly.
You're so right. You're so right.
She's fine. She's fine.
I'm like, my wife, she's gone. She got taken.
It should have been a gameplay mechanic.
That's fair.
Like Jake would regain stamina faster due to the fact that he's he focuses on, you know, punching things in the face. Sherry should have healed over time.
Or, yeah. What's a bow? Oh, bioorganic weapon. That's a bow. Right there, Goober? That's a bow. Example A, bow. Bow.
You know?
Get on that freaking gun. Yeah, exactly. See? I want to pull that little thingy out of him. Go that freaking way. Let's go. This bow. Yeah, it's. They always say, yeah, there's another BOW, and I'm like, no, that's a bow. It's a bow. Ew, I pulled his little dangling out. He's trying to shoot me. Stop shooting my friends over there. Oh my god, why'd he bend like that? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Sherry. He just like bent it back. Grab his stick! Grab his stick and twist it! Grab his stick and twist it! Grab his stick and twist it! Oh.
Give him the old dick twist!
I just imagine it's just Finn over there putting the explosions down. It's just grab his stick and twist it! Oh, I guess we need to help Finn to get to the place. Sorry, Finn. Sorry, my little bear.
Wait. How do I get back up there? Oh, God. There's a ladder.
Yeah, ladder. Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, thank you.
Just need a little more time.
He keeps on saying that every time he immediately starts. I just need a little bit more time. Like, yeah, you just started, buddy. Ow. Shotgun.
Oh, I can't get
Shotgun.
No.
Sniper. My favorite bow is Nemesis. I think. Actually, no, it's the Licky Boys. Or the Hunters. They're scary, though. Who's shooting behind that wall? Oh, sorry, Sherry.
I don't like the Licky guys at all. They are my least favorite guys. I'm so sorry.
No, they're awful.
Why did they be like that?
And to think that that's not like a hunter is oh, I'm out of ammo in that. What is a hunter? Wasn't a hunter a frog or lizard? I'm going with you, Finn. But a Licky Boy is just a human. Like, that's a human. What's down here?
Good work out there, Alpha. Echo team will be landing shortly.
Open it faster, Mr. Redfield. Didn't fucking matter. I was in the fucking sewers and now we're here.
The coordinates.
Thank you so much for your help.
We're in the trenches, my lord.
Hey,
In the trenches.
we met.
Mr. Redfield, politely, he doesn't look like his father. At all.
You gotta be kidding me. My mistake. Have a safe flight.
I love Pierce. He's such an angry boy. Like, for no fucking reason.
We're crazy for letting him walk away. How many men have we lost to mercenaries like him? He's not our problem. We can't lose sight of the BSAA's mission.
He's allowed to be a little silly.
And then there's you in the back.
It's a fight bioterrorism, sir. I know what we're here for, Rookie.
Oh, he's so cute. I love Finn so much. Just him like, we're here to fight bioterrorism, sir. Yes, yes we are, Finn. Yes we are. God, that's not... Okay, I remember where the end of this chapter is. Okay. I do need to check for a package? I guess.
I've muted my damn self. I've been talking to y'all for a while now, and I realize
Oh my god.
No, I'm so sorry, Dad.
Also, we're gonna sit here. You two entertain yourself. I'm gonna go outside and check for a package.
I've been shit talking Jake, going, Jake, if you're gonna insult the man by calling him a jarhead, call him the right thing. He wasn't in the Marines.
Is that what he's been saying?
Jake looked at right after Chris said, "Hey, have we met?" And Jake went, "I don't know. You jarheads all look alike." Jarhead is a term for the Marines, United States Marines.
Oh, okay. Mm.
I don't know what the
I don't know. I've been
British Marines are called.
I've been thinking about how I want to design silly little D&D characters. You know?
Display partner's record. Sarah has completed 14% of this game.
Damn.
She has been rescued 83 times.
Damn.
She has been saved from dying 28 times. She has found 57 of the 80 blue medallions.
Hell yeah.
749,900 skill points, and she's played over almost 60 hours of this game.
Jesus Christ.
Specifically, 58
This is quite
hours,
a few hours, my lord.
58 hours, 20 minutes, and 19 seconds.
Tis quite a few hours, my lord. Jesus Christ.
Hello.
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 And we were just
We've
talking
been
about,
judging you.
Judging
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, we've been
Yeah.
judging you.
Why? What was-
because I can pull up your record for this game.
Oh, record. Oh,
You've completed 14% of this game.
that's crazy.
You have found 57 of the 80 serpent medallions.
Out of the 80?
Yeah, there's 80 of them.
That's crazy.
Well, hold on, don't pull up my record. You're not allowed to see my record.
Oh, don't worry, I got it right here. You've only completed 12%. Oh my god, I can see you times rescued. Total
Let me actually change.
time played. Oh yeah, don't look at my my dog tags.
We're already looking at it.
Don't look at my dog
or your
tags.
times played of your 58 hours and 20 minutes and 19 seconds, and you've only completed 14%.
Yeah. That's crazy though, because like I've played through all of the campaigns, but like there's just so much extra stuff. That's crazy. All I can hope is that my
That's
Steam reserves the
wild.
gifts I bought for people so that they don't potentially receive multiple copies. That's fair, Steven. That's so
Okay,
weird.
spread
It's
out.
giving you so much problems. Where's
Fix
my
this
boy?
place top to
There's my
bottom.
boy. Finn, come here. My bear, please. You're running off.
Lord.
You're running off. You're running up the stairs by yourself.
Are these people?
picking up
No
leads.
offense.
Yeah, I can run,
They're
my
not these
It's like
lord.
they're in cocoons. Who's there?
I don't even know where all the medallions are. I really need to do a medallion run.
I did a medallion run for RE5,
I'm getting a
and that
reading on
one,
the other side of
there
this
was
door.
one of them that I'm just like, oh, you've got to
Pierce,
be fucking
Finn,
kidding me.
You're with me. Everyone else keep searching out here.
HQ. 3 of us are splitting off from the group.
Because I don't know if
Getting
I've ever
further
gotten
into
it
the
in this section. Oh, oh. Look, it's you, me, and our bear. Oh,
I thought you were talking to the bear. I thought you were talking to Kai. When you said you, me.
I am the bear, yes.
oh. That's like a poor jump
I
scare
can be the
art.
bear you need.
You are the bear I need. You're so right, you're so right. Also, take note, we have blue dress Ada. Which I guess you do know her lore now. But like, in this case, we have blue dress Ada. Standing there menacingly. Oh my god, I can pick up the ammo? Fucking finally? Oh.
No, not allowed.
Oh, we have so much ammo there preparing us for a fight.
Yep. I need to... Can I not scroll? I can't scroll. I can't even heal. Can I heal now?
No.
Okay, I healed. Too late. I ate my Tic Tacs. Because the Steam store is overloaded with orders. It might actually do that, Steven. That would make sense.
One of them's hatching, sir.
Oh god. I got my shotgun out. I was like, don't go that way, no! I thought it was Finn, it's you. That's fine, you can go by it.
Oh, stop coming at me.
Oh, wrong gun. Yeah, come over here. Yeah. Die faster? Please?
Please die faster.
Please die faster.
I shall try, my lord.
Deck to that box. Oh, here they come. Okay, can you guys like spawn faster? Because I hate these noises.
Faster.
Fuck you.
I think one just punched the other one in the face.
Can I punch him? Oh my god, he's naked. Punch him!
Ew.
Punch him!
Grab his dick and twist it.
Damn it! He's gonna grab my dick and
I
twist it!
thought he was dead.
Ow, ow! I think it was his dying pose. I can't
Was he
believe I
naked
made
or
him
what?
naked! I don't know, my lord. That scared me, my lord.
Search the rest of the place, but stay on your guard.
He was just freaking naked like a freak. Oh. My face.
That is Finn, I'm not mad about it, but that is a lot of explosives you were carrying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't pack ammo. He only packed explosives. That is the only thing in his pockets. Maybe a little bit of salami.
He's packing breaching explosives, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I went onto the featured page, you know, the Steam homepage, and yeah, Steam is down right now.
Oh.
That would probably explain it.
Ah, well, Steven, we found the cause. Steam said,
Yeah.
He said no.
Too many sale. Too many sale.
they said,
We don't wanna
wait. We want your money, but please slow down.
Oh,
do
I
I
found the
like?
max. It's like 15. Oh, sorry. Found the max of the Tic Tacs. You can only have 15.
3 big booms. Captain.
Come here.
Oh, why was that? Captain.
Come here.
And then, come here.
I did not hear booms.
Oh, 3 big booms. 3 big booms? Boobs?
I
I
also
did
have
not
3
hear
big
booms.
boobs.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, that's acceptable.
I'm like, oh, cool. Are we in Total Recall? That's a joke for them, for the older folks in the crowd.
Me being the young one I am.
Captain.
Apparently.
Sea virus. That's what the guerrillas were calling it. Nice to see the cavalry's here.
Who are you?
She just wants to be.
Here. My name's Ada Wong.
She's
They held
such
me
a
hostage.
bitch. Like, man, she didn't.
That must be what's
She's
creating
just
those
so lame. She had to
chihuahuas.
be somebody else.
Yeah, I heard them saying something about that.
What else did you hear?
Maybe you could put your guns down.
Nah, we don't trust them.
Not until you give us a reason to.
Put the guns down. Put it up higher. Put it up. Soon enough, my bank is telling me that Steam has the money. Steam's just trying to scream. It's just like, okay, where does this go? Where does it go? Where does it go?
Or at least I think that's what they were calling themselves.
So the sea virus came from them.
Put the gun back up, Pierce.
Thank you. We appreciate your cooperation.
Shoot her. Don't you dare hurt my boy.
Keeping her safe.
No.
Yes, sir. Keep an eye on her.
Pierce's machine guns class is based on the UMP-45.
Stunning.
Just the way you like said that lovely.
Found one of the staff.
Super
Returning
low.
to the foyer now.
Hey, fire.
Come on,
Wee
I'll
wee
show
do
you
you
a quick
do?
way back to the entrance.
Why would we put our baby
Greener.
boy? Greener?
Yeah, it's in the bathroom.
Yeah, greener. Greener. Like, why would we leave our little boy with a woman? Also, it's really shocking that, like, Chris and Leon has worked so much together since the first interaction of Ada, but he has never said anything about it. Calm down, Finn.
Everyone get to the second floor!
Was that Finn that yelled that?
It sounded like it. We'll never get out. It sounded like Spider-Man. Ew, I made his front naked. Oh my god, Ada, I hate you. I'm trying to shoot somebody in front of me.
Can you stop making them naked? That's weird.
I know, I'm so...
I cannot stop.
They're all naked. They're naked and angry. They're naked and angry.
Oh no!
They're naked.
Whatever shall we do?
They're naked and angry.
Oh, hello.
Fuck you. That's what I say.
Oh, that would be good.
Okay, please die, actually. Ow! Oh. Okay, he's dead.
Yeah,
I
will you please die?
Hey, Steven! Steven, it works! I received it. I received the gift, Steven. It has been delivered into my pocket. Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god. These things don't want to die.
Oh my god, can you die? Okay, I have two of them down here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, ow! Stop doing that. That's really... quite rude. Oh, I can punch him. Oh, please don't punch me. You're gonna hurt me again. Face the floor again. Jesus Christ. That took like all of my ammo. Anyways, thank you,
We
Steven.
weren't supposed to stand here and fight them.
Well, but we got a lot of points. We got a lot of points.
You need the money.
I want the money. Can we lock that woman out? I feared for my... I know what happens at the end of this, but I feared for my team. Oh my god, there's so many of us.
Just try to stay out of the way.
Ma'am, please.
Oh, it's these little guys. The lizards, the dogs. The way they look at us. Are you dead?
Yeah, I shot him twice with an anti-material rifle.
The way he just stands there. Can you die faster?
He looks like Shin Godzilla.
No.
Nuh-uh. I don't want to die faster.
All hostiles eliminated. Let's move.
V?
Okay, first off, she's technically a prisoner. Who gave her a gun?
She had a gun. Oh, that's an explosion.
Yeah, why didn't we not take her gun away?
I don't know. We trusted her way too fast. Even if Chris like knew of Ada Wong, it's like she is a mercenary. We just had to fit over Jake because he's a mercenary. I don't know if the noises I'm hearing here. Christmas, happy holidays, thank you, Steven. I'll look at what game it is after this, but I can't confirm. I got the little notification. It went through, and I was like, oh, it went through. It processed. They took your money for surezies. For realsies, they took your money. Oh, there's a blue emblem in here, I'm pretty sure.
I think so as well.
I'm just looking for boxes.
Ow.
Meow, 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 meow.
We shall be back in a second. I gotta hydrate.
Yes, please go
Not
hydrate. Please, please, please. Good, they've earned my money. They shall receive my money. They now can own it. Oh. How's it going over there?
Oh, God.
I have a dog
already?
by my feet. I have a dog by my feet. He be sniffing my toes.
I don't know where you're at.
I just walked.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah, look, I just be. He really just be there.
We're almost out. Just hold
I
it
just
together,
like the little
people.
slappy noises that these things make.
Yeah, the little Pete's. They go plump, 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 plump. Yeah, plus I wanted to give. Weird as hell, weird as hell. I love the family show. That's gonna be me when I gift them games, and then I'm like, well, I can play them now too. What's that noise? What's bumbling?
That's probably another.
Ow, I shot you. How dare you shoot me? Yeah, fuck him up, Beta. Rolling. They see me rolling, 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 rolling.
You just
Yeah,
rolling?
I got hit on the floor, and then I just started rolling. Getting my exercise in. Getting my rolls. My daily rolls in.
I'm almost out of ammo.
Oh, honestly, same. From the other room? Yeah. There is two from Asti. Ooh. You're feeding all of the families. That is what I'm hearing, Steven.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, is it happening? Oh no, is it happening and we don't have...
We should have waited.
She's gone. Finn! I don't know what happened.
I forgot it was instantly right here.
Me too.
Oh, my lord. It's okay. It's better that Finn doesn't see Finn. It's okay. I have stream. Oh no. Okay, you'll see it either way then. This is why we hate fake Ada.
Thanks for the escort. Here's something to remember me by.
Like, there was no reason for her to do that. Like, there's every reason she's a bitch, but like, there's no reason. To our boy Finn. Also, I don't know how that didn't hit Chris and Pierce.
They have this nice little thing called plot armor.
Yeah. Stream no more. Yeah, no more.
Not like this.
Oh.
No, goddammit!
Finn was the rookie too. He was just a baby boy. My boy.
I like how Chris started this all out with none of us are expendable, and not a single person other than Finn got named.
Yeah.
Captain, we gotta move.
Ew. Ew, they turned into the Rock Boys too. Oh, and they opened the gate.
Now, we gotta go.
Literally the saddest part of this whole story.
God, Chris got wrecked.
Fucking took us out. Oh.
Oh, that is broken ribs, internal damage. Chris is dead.
He's fucking gone, bro. Like, there ain't no way. Bro got, like, bounced around like a bouncy ball.
I got a voicemail.
No, not a voicemail.
I know who it is. It's my mortgage company.
You. Okay. Hit that. What did I? Oh my good heavens. Ooh. I got the email of what games Stephen has gifted. Oh my god. Good selections, good selections. Can I purchase anything? What are the ones that I have? Defense. Damage received. I could do... What if I do?
I have enough for some.
What if I tried this? What's my other one? Yeah, let's try this. Okay. I should drink actual water.
Where's the... I should be using this one, I think. Yes.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, who else does? I mean, I guess we'll never hear of Finn again, but you know, let's see who Finn has been. Oh, he has actually been Spider-Man a good couple of times. Hey, Spider-Man! Yeah, Spider-Man! Hey, Spider-Man! Yep, Spider-Man again.
He was Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man! He was also in Arcane. Any more Spider-Man? Spider-Man! Spider-Man! He's...
Flammenwerfer.
Oh my god, he's Dane from Genshin Impact. Oh my god. China! We're back in China!
Flammen.
What was I gonna do?
Piers. Sir? What happened to Ada Wong? You remember?
You know, I do forget that he kind of got
Captain?
slammed up against all the
Where is
walls.
she?
She's
That does
leaking
kind of
the
cause some
All these
memory
terrorists in the
problems.
city or not?
She's been sighted several times since the attacks began.
Anyone know
she's
the
here.
Japanese blood type thing?
Tell the men we're moving
No.
out.
Oh, in some Japanese games, you'll notice that a lot of the characters will have their blood type for some reason.
Yeah. They're very big on that.
Yeah, and it's like it's what their blood type means, their type of personality. I'm kind of curious on what a positive blood type is.
Where the fuck did we go? Also, I cracked my ankle so aggressively right before you started talking, and that shit hurt.
Also, I also want to point out something real quick here. If you play this game from a fresh save,
Don't worry about that. Continue.
and you go back through the area we were just at, and you actually pick up the shotgun. When you start this level, you have the shotgun. So Chris magically pulls a shotgun out of his flashback.
He said, "This one is coming with me to the future." I feel like this.
I didn't have it. He didn't have it before, and then during the flashback, he gains a shotgun.
Teleportation. I love it.
Okay,
there we go.
Jump though.
No, we need to... You need to get your ass over here. Kai, are you here?
Okay.
Is Kai watching? I'm waiting for... Because you should be able to. Yes.
Wait, you can ride it?
Yeah, you can play in the playground. Why am I posing?
I didn't know you could ride it.
You can play in the playground. It's my favorite little bit.
That's
Is it
amazing.
only the one?
You can crawl through the...
Oh my god, I gotta find it again. There we go. You can just have Pierce and Chris just playing in the playground.
Oh, Pierce goes down on his stomach.
He wants to have fun.
That was the face of not having fun.
I'm like, go down again, go down on the slide. It's so hard to find the little thing.
Hey, Wi-Fi?
Oh no,
Are
have
you
you been
good?
dying?
Oh, my Wi-Fi just turned itself off.
Oh my god. I was wondering what happened because I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, you came back, so I know you went back, but I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I promise. It's just weird.
It's okay.
Why?
We've
Why
just
did
been
I do
playing in the
that?
playground.
Mm-hmm.
Literally. Did you see?
Oh my god, you have.
Did you see the little? Hold on, hold on. I'll put Chris on the little horse panda.
Oh my god, you can go on the. Oh my god, you can go on it. Oh my god.
And then he does a little pose.
Why do you look so depressing?
I don't know, but
Oh,
I need you to.
It's great from Pierce's perspective when he goes down the slide. His face does not change at all.
Go down.
Oh my god.
Just the absolute most angriest man in the world going down a slide.
Why did his mouth open?
I don't think Pierce can ride the thing.
He should be able to.
And you know, he should.
It's just really.
get is-
You should be able to, because I said so.
All I get is the leap over option.
I'm pretty sure I've written it. I've written it as Pierce. You just phased through me. Oh.
Yes, yes I do. The pose is great.
Pose.
Why does he pose like that?
I don't know.
Just,
Is there another?
he's just chilling out.
You can crawl underneath the jungle gym.
Yeah. I think that's the only. That's it. We're done with the
I guess Pierce
playground.
doesn't like pandas.
Yeah, he fucking hates. He hates pandas, bro. What the hell? Okay. As our squad's just
Damn,
waiting here
that's
for us.
mean.
Just like, sorry, I just had to go play in the playground.
You know what would open this gate
Sometimes
faster?
you just
Some
gotta go play in the
explosives.
playground.
We don't have fish. Yeah, that's the worst part of the story. And that's the beginning of Chris's sad interactions with people over. And why did we look up like that?
No idea.
Blue. I've had that blue before.
That's the start of Chris's depression.
Yeah, I kind of started with 5 and then it just got worse. And worse. And worse.
He's not having a good time.
He ain't. He's getting the short end of the stick.
I am straight up not having a good time.
That's him. That's him. For real, for real.
Oh, shit, hold on. I'm having troubles with the ladder.
It'd be that way. It'd be that way. Sorry.
Oh, I have no ammo.
Assume battle positions!
It's okay, you know, we do have fist. Oh my god. Oh my god! What the fuck was that?
I love Chris just yeeting a man into another man.
Oh my god! I didn't expect that! Jesus. Jesus Christ, Chris. That was great. But like, oh my god. What did that man ever do to you?
Oh, hello.
Oh. Back down I go. Hello. Ow, okay.
Oh.
Uppies. Uppies. Oh. Wasn't even in the frame for this ladder.
Uppies.
There are for sure enemies on the other side of this. Hello. Oh, you.
Oh.
Please die. Die? God, that one didn't want to.
You know, if you're making an army, I'm gonna say this. The C-Virus is actually pretty good because if it can take an anti-material rifle...
Yeah. Ammo right there. Oh, okay, well I can't. Give me the grenade. Okay, maybe I don't want this grenade anymore.
First aid spray.
Yep. I would much rather have that.
Move it!
I'm on the wrong side.
Here's.
There we go. Love the door noise.
That was, I think that was my chair.
No, that was the door. The D-O-R-E.
The door. The D-O-R-E.
This is my part where I complained about Pierce's computer AI.
JJ!
They went missing 6 months ago in Adonia.
Oh yeah, they had now gotten kidnapped and tested and experimented on for 6 months. And now they're free!
Damn. Can they not do that? That's a bit fucked up.
Yeah, a little bit fucked up.
The umbrella's after them.
Captain! Run out!
Captain!
Take every one of those damn things down.
Captain!
You say it like that.
I don't know,
He's one of those damn things down.
they brought in.
he's got a lot of vengeance in him.
We need to protect those two down there.
That rules that you have an anti-material rifle. And I can't tell.
Get off
the
of
chopper
here.
for now. Engage the Duavo.
The Chihuahua huevos.
Why do they keep saying it
Huevos
differently every time?
rancheros. I don't know. They're a little messed up. Oh, hello, my men. Why are you shooting from there? Now that we're men. Do 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 do. Now that we're men. Ow 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 ow. Now that we're men. Do 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 do.
What should we do? We wipe out the hostiles. After that, they're on their own.
Hit down that ostrich.
Not what I wanted to do, but okay.
Jumped up on the goddamn plane again. Get down from there. You're gonna break your legs. No, your legs. No, my legs, my lord, my legs. Okay. Can I pick up these now? Yes, I can. Yellow.
Harry just.
One down. Where the? Well, he missed. We should be able
Never seen a
to.
mutation like that before. Reed, uplink a reading to HQ. Already on it, sir.
I missed.
I want the boxes that were over there. Yeah, there's ammo. Ow.
Cover them from all those Duavo.
Excuse you. I was coming over here just to collect ammo. How dare you hit me?
Oh. That helicopter's focusing on me.
The ammo disappeared! The ammo disappeared! Oh well.
No, fight it.
Oh,
Fight it.
That's what I'm
Not allowed to
saying.
disappear. That's fucked up.
How dare it?
Yeah.
Why is it spinning like that?
Oh, it's because it's got 4. Oh, god dang it. Oh, hello.
Oh, okay, that was quite rude of you. You're quite rude. Why do you got legs like that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, well.
Still got a few left.
He fell. There's ammo over there now. Oh, there's ammo right here. Running.
That's the last one.
It's on the other side. There's so much ammo. I can't hit him through that stupid. Hey, sir, yeah, turn just a little bit. There we go. Well, that's not very good. That's not very good at all.
He's got this.
There we go.
The chopper's pulling back.
That'd be too easy. Come on, keep moving.
Captain, we should escort those two out of here.
Captain.
They'll never survive on their own.
We're moving out. Let's go.
Okay,
We're gonna blow the door.
Chris.
Get ready.
We're moving out.
Hey, why do you say it so casually? Hey.
Hurry.
Come here.
Come here.
Interesting. Their
He
legs.
didn't put anything down. He didn't
care
put
what they
anything
As
down.
long as they stay dead when you kill
Boxes
them.
there. Boxes now? Okay. I'm going to attempt to hydrate as we walk up. This is extremely difficult.
You better hydrate.
I know, I'm just like, I can't look where
That
I'm
was
looking.
Doc telling you to hydrate. You better.
It's running into the wall a little bit. Is there a box over there?
There's
I'm...
not.
Okay, good, because I'm already up the ladder. And I had no choice. What do I got
That
here?
was Metal Gear Solid on that ladder.
The way you slid into those boxes.
There's a tag thing for it.
A tag?
Sliding into boxes.
Oh yeah, there is.
So I've just been sliding into boxes.
Are you dead, sir? Huh, first airspeed.
Ooh, grenade launcher.
Oh, more.
The chopper's back to finish the job.
Why are you yelling?
This is Alpha. The chopper is targeting us now.
Everyone, bring that
I
chopper
have
down and
whatever
bring it
this
down
is. I
hard.
think it's explosion. Let me up. Let's go get him. Fuck you. Completely missed on that one. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh god.
You're dying. Oh my god, what's happening?
Oh.
What's hitting me? What's happening? We just said everything. Boulders? Yes, Stony. Boulders. Today I'm going to teach you how to punch some boulders. That is what I'm here to teach and educate everybody today. Hi, Jeremy. Hey, Jake. How you doing? Yeah, he doesn't look anything like his father. I don't know how you knew who he was. Can I punch one? Yes.
Captain, we can't let them go.
Captain.
I mean, if he put on some dark sunglasses, he might look like him.
I said.
That part, I'll agree with.
Terminate the
Brick
VOD.
wall?
Oh, have you seen the meme that says that after 20 years or something like that, Chris and
I'm going after that VOD.
Leon have finally figured out that
It is not getting away with this.
Captain,
Wesker
please,
was right
you
all
need to
along
think things through.
about his choice of outfit.
I have not, but he's so right. He's so right. Also, yes, you may punch a brick wall, Stody.
I wouldn't.
We're punching boulders, so we gotta, like, prepare the fist.
Team to HQ. We're in pursuit of the target.
You gotta punch them rock and stone.
I almost said what target? The snake.
That's no way to go out.
Yeah, I forgot about him. The snake's just been one. Rockin' stone, brother, rockin' stone. Oh, okay.
I've never played that game.
I do love that game.
Clear.
I own it, but I've never played it.
Gotten that one.
I wish I could play it.
That serpent be sleeping on the bed. Yeah, that is fair. Why can?
Why can't you play it?
Oh
my god.
I didn't realize how bad
That's
my
the
claustrophobia was until I loaded it up.
That's fair.
Oh,
Why won't this thing show itself?
fair enough.
I'm like, I feel like that game is such a perfect combination for a lot of people's like different phobias. Because my friend, one of my
bought it
friends,
for the bugs and then uninstalled it because of the freaking things. Yeah, I got bullied into buying Deep Rock because there was bugs in it.
there is bugs and they are
And
pretty
I'm
cool.
not even kidding. Yeah, I got to pet the bugs while my game actively started breaking, and then I started dying. Apparently the game is slightly too much for my laptop to handle at the same time as just kind of dying.
So it's also probably a good thing you can't play because your computer also doesn't want it to be played.
Hopefully, if it was an overheating problem, it isn't now.
Oh, it wasn't an overheating problem. The game just kept lagging and crashing and breaking and stuttering. Every 2 seconds, I could not see in the game very well.
I feel like
every
that's...
time, like when you were in the hub world, there was like drinks and stuff that made you, well, the ones that we had at the time, because I know they change apparently. They made you like dizzy and everything, and it just fucked up with my screen so much my game crashed.
That's so funny. I feel like because it's so many particles and other things loading in.
These are my men. You follow my lead or I'll find someone who will.
Do you even hear yourself?
They're fighting. Don't punch Pierce. He's not a boulder.
Fine soldier.
Cry later.
You heard the man.
I will
Let's
be
move.
back in like, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes. My parents have come home.
Okay, we'll be fighting a snake.
Shut up and keep
Not
moving.
allowed.
We just okay. No. With thick rebar. So you gotta really prepare your hands, and Stony. We gotta train you up to this.
Wait, where's that rat? Can you shoot the rats?
I think he's in the walls.
Nah, I just saw him run. He's gone.
No, he's right here.
Huh?
He ran back.
What? Are you chasing ghosts?
No. He disappeared over here because he ran back the other way and then ran back again. because I could still hear him squeak. He's gone now. I don't hear him at all.
Oh no, I've diverted the game again. I've diverted stream.
Nothing there.
I assumed something would be there.
Oh, there's a rat. Yeah, but I can't even shoot.
I can't shoot either.
Nope.
Clear.
Please stop.
Okay, why am I able to look down sights, but if I'm not able to pull the trigger?
Yeah, he's just over there. Oh yeah, we can't shoot at all. Oh, I can't even take ammo. Oh.
Nowhere in sight.
Yeah, he's dead.
Let him go, you piece of shit. Like, that thing's actually gonna... Oh, there we go. Now I can shoot.
Yeah. Should I take this now? Yippee. Is there anything else in here? Nope.
Damn, that rat ran. Oh, there it is. Yes, you can kill rats.
Yippee.
It does not give you anything.
It's not like the crows. The rat is taunting you. Yeah, the rat was taunting him. Big time. I want to go through there.
The rat started this.
Yeah. Oop. That was a wrong button.
Oh, it was wrong.
You found it? Sir, we locked eyes with it.
You're not getting away, you sneaky piece of shit!
Yippee! The math department thinks I'm super funny to schedule our exams in the evening. My department all week waiting for tonight's exam at 7. What? That feels illegal. It's not. It for sure isn't, but like, that's illegal.
In the way. Give me a hand.
That's so rude of them. Who schedules? Like, I had late night exams before, Steven, but I had late night classes, so like, okay, fair. But not like that. That's just mean.
Everyone, report in.
Oh no. Our ropes.
I'm on the 3rd floor. Captain, I can't find Jeff. He's gone.
Get a hold of yourself, Marco. Where are you?
2nd floor. Oh shit. I think that thing's here.
Target is on the 2nd floor. You all need to come here now.
Oh, he said you all. I thought he said y'all need to come here now.
Y'all.
Reed.
Well, I found Reed. Not Richard, though.
Damn it.
Damn it.
Done this 3 previous times this semester already? That's fucked up. That's fucked up and evil.
Okay, please stop giving me skill points. Please just give me ammo.
I hear that goddamn snake.
That's him screaming. I'm coming, man. Just hang on.
Oh, well, don't.
Marco, don't move. Hold your position. Do you hear me? That's an order.
Marco. Hello. Exactly. Sir, I was sitting there collecting points. Hi. Hello.
Is there anything I can collect? Like, you know, them giving me some dang ammo.
Some ammo, please. Yeah, okay, Marco, please. Well. Well, now it's down below. But is there anything in here?
Okay, we find that piece of shit and we put it down. Fast
Spinny
and
chair.
Fast and hard.
Mr. Redfield, don't say it like that. Oh, stuck on somebody's body.
Poor bastard.
That wasn't even from our floor. Like, he's still up there. Oh my god. Why didn't we open both of them?
I don't think I've ever heard that line.
I don't think I have either. You sounded constipated.
Yeah, you're dealing with things that are invisible. Why would you not pay attention to things that are moving by themselves.
Yeah. And he's dead. Okay. No, I still think he dies. There can only be two. Ew, why does his teeth move?
You showed your ugly face.
He's not showing his face, he's showing his mouth.
Oh, oh my god. I almost went inside of his mouth.
Don't do that.
No, I don't. Fuck you. Fuck you.
There! It's right there!
Sir, I was already shooting him. Oh, you're so right. Where is that? Okay.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
I'm hurting myself. That's my own doing because I shot 2 explosive rounds. I have healing. Oh, why is it so dramatic? What is happening? Okay, there we go. That's what I get for shooting explosives at my face. Oh, I hear you. We're keeping that other guy alive. Don't go after it, sir.
I think it went through
No,
there.
I think I gotta go after. We gotta go after it.
Oh,
I'm taking you down.
oh, thank God. I had my explosions out. That would have been awful. Reload. Okay, okay. They bought a game with Steam sale, Divinity Original Sin 2. Yes, the game they made before, yes. I'm so excited for their new Divinity. Fuck you, oh my god. I'm trying to talk about my favorite little jingle jingles. Oh, hey. How did I do that? Why did he jump up like that? Like, that snake didn't grab onto anything. He just ascended. Oh, boxes?
It's gone. After it.
Yes, yes, Mr. Redfield. We all saw him.
Thing's in here. We're gonna end this.
Oh, I hear him.
Yeah, I'm alive.
Not the
Yeah, I'm
dice.
doing fine.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, I just gotta reload this. There's floating ammo. Oh, good heavens! I rolled into him? Oopsie. Hey, he has me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Frickin' just toss me around. Yeah, fuck you. Sir, you should be dead after all these. Oh, we have our guy with us? I didn't even notice him. Oh. Just kidding. That was the worst time to ever say that. That was the worst time to say, oh my god, our guy's with us still.
After it!
I almost just got him killed. I want this ammo. Can I reload anything? Can I take that? Is there anything I can take? You're moving, but you're not talking. Are you muted? Okay. I can't take this ammo. One chiclet. I don't want to get rid of those. Okay. I want that shotgun ammo, though. Crunch. Oh, good heavens. Bonk.
Oh, good heavens.
Oh, good heavens, yes. And there's our one random guy left. We fell down into trash. Ow.
It's toughened up or something. Our weapons aren't doing anything. Then we have to find something that will.
This is like an electrical hazard. I don't know who created such a thing. Oh my god, he's right behind me. Oh my god. Oh, there's so many chicklets.
Marco, I need power for this thing.
Marco, please.
I'm on it.
Marco, don't die, please. Marco, no. I'm gonna throw some grenades. Sorry if it hurts your eyes. What the frick? Ow, he hit my toes.
I got a phone call.
No, it's okay. I saw you move after I asked it, so I'm like, okay.
Oh, I keep racing it because I think he's going for right there.
It's okay, be that way. Yay, chicklets! I have chicklets! Oh! I didn't expect a giant snake there.
Oh, I think one of us has to be down there to...
Okay.
I'll jump down.
Oh, we both jumped down. I'm going back up.
Stop hitting me with your tail, you stupid reptile.
There we go. Yeah! So we're gonna be having some cooked snake tonight.
We did it. We fried
Took us
that
playing
son of a
Overwatch too.
bitch.
Is the snake solid?
Unfortunately, he turned to liquid, so no.
Marco, are you okay?
With Ada, mine is.
Marco, you should not be alive. Show. Wonderful. I honestly,
You know, the fun thing is he might be alive for a minute or two, and how do I get up? For a little bit, but the effects of having his entire internal organs burned by the electricity will kill him.
yeah, that's why I'm like, Marco. Get her. Forget everything, Marco. Oh. So I'm gonna die. I just electrocute. I did it again. I didn't mean to.
Why do you keep walking into electricity?
I tried to do a turn and he just went straight instead. But no, Ada, okay, calm down.
I'm not gonna rest until we have her head on a stick.
That's a bit aggressive.
Why do you want it on a stick? Like a stick is a bit much.
Oh, I hate this fight.
Oh no. I'm just waiting for Marco to die.
Crazy. It's not safe in here. We need to pull out.
Captain!
Yep.
There it is.
Looking for me, boys?
Looking for me, boys.
Well, how do you even fucking know we were looking for you? Ma'am, how does your dress stay like still?
Double-sided tape.
Wait!
But not even that, like the bottom part, like she jumped off. Ew, he's bubbling in there.
Do the same for us.
Mr. Redfield, you know what he's gonna turn into. Well, maybe not in this case, but like you know he's not gonna be human.
Marco!
Oh no!
The bees.
Yeah. The very angry bees. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. The fact that it turned out of everything in his pockets, all that's left is his little C4. It's just like Finn.
Why did it have a plug on the back? That was weird.
Marco C4 explosion.
Is that what it's called?
Explosive. I didn't even. I got like a couple shots off on that, but she died really fast. I have no space in my pockets again. Well, let's go. We got things to do, places to see. Oh, why did he do it like that? Why did he like slam it into the freaking gate? Cutscene.
Careful, he can punch boulders. You don't want him to punch you.
I know. He's gonna freaking destroy this whole building, bro.
After what she's done to us, how many of our men are dead because of that bitch?
Right there with you, Captain. But your personal vendetta isn't gonna get us anywhere. If you hadn't been blinded by vengeance, we could have prevented some of those deaths.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Vengeance.
Do you even care about our mission anymore?
Vengeance.
Shut up!
I feel sorry for all the men that
And
died believing in you.
For vengeance.
Justice.
What happened to
For
the
Gotham.
legendary Chris Redfield, huh?
For vengeance.
What
For
happened
Gotham.
to you? It's a good thing Finn's not around to see you this way.
Don't use Finn's name like that. He's right here in the room with us, okay?
I'm going after
He
Ada.
he he.
HQ, this is Alpha Leader. I need a location on Ada Wong.
According to the Japanese
going with
blood
you.
type personality thing,
Someone's gotta keep an eye on you.
Pierce
want them
is
to or
supposed to
not.
be creative, clever, and cooperative. Whereas the stubborn negative effects include stubbornness and uptightness.
What blood
which
type?
match
Is he?
Who?
This is HQ.
Pierce?
We've got the location for
A
you.
positive.
Ada Wong has left the city and is heading south for the harbor.
It says it on his
HQ
chest.
to all teams. Target
Oh,
Ada
it says it
Wong
on
has
his-
been spotted heading south for the harbor. We want her alive.
It's on his left breast. I don't know how well you can see it.
You gotta zoom in on his titties.
I know, so.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, it does.
Chris doesn't have it.
Wait, no, he doesn't. He's a loser.
Damn.
Anyways, me too, Pierce. Me too. I don't need another thing to add to my stubbornness. Please.
You want to follow me around? Fine. Just make sure you stay
He's
out of
type
my
O,
way.
by the way.
As long as you don't cross the line again, that won't be a problem.
Chris
Ada's
Redfield
just
is
playing
type O
with you.
positive.
When are you gonna realize that?
I'm not stupid enough to
I
fall
have
for her
found
bullshit.
another cat
You should have a
whisker
little more
on
faith
my
in your
desk.
Captain.
It shall sit on my phone. Captain.
Which, according to this, means he's confident, determined, resilient, and intuitive, but also self-centered and unstable, which,
Right now, the unstableness is showing.
yes.
His flaws are
I
showing.
hate to break up this wonderful talk about blood types, but it has been confirmed that so far before Christmas, my mother has bought 10 different blocks of cheese.
Yes, cheese.
That is.
Do we know what type
She's
of cheese?
aiming to beat the record last year.
Okay.
The record last year was 26.
Ooh. Is there like any cheese in particular, or like different types of cheeses?
There's a lot of different types of
Okay,
cheese.
okay. Best cheese so far. What's options we got? Where am I going? I don't know why I got down. Travel. Travel.
Okay. You guys can jump over here. I don't mind shooting you in the chest.
Wahoo! I'm just running. Simply because I was holding space and it was quite fun. Oh, he turned into... Oh.
I just followed the amount of
Yeah.
bodies.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna... Okay. My points. My 3 points. Send all my back. Back lurk. I go have fun lurk. Wait, have fun lurk. Thank you for everything.
You better win at magic.
You better.
Wait, you better win at magic. I believe in you.
So I can actually take up all the ammo.
Start randomly throwing flash grenades now.
Oh, ow. Is there anything over there? No.
Hey, turn up.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Hello.
Prepare for impact.
I did not prepare.
Nope. Yay, my points! Yay! Ew. Skadoosh.
Ada!
Why she goes like that?
Man of the...
Oh, hey. Okay, bye.
Sometimes you just gotta hit that pose, you know?
They could have literally just... Oh.
Why did I go flying?
Flying away.
Oh, I hope you're okay over there.
Fly away.
Flying away. I hate having to turn while they're running because it doesn't always.
Don't talk, just run.
Excuse me. Farther than me.
Keep moving.
Whew. Whew. Wahoo. Whee. Excuse me. Pardon me.
We need to reach that building.
Excuse me. Yahoo. Wahoo. I left every single enemy.
Oh no, I'm dead.
I like how he's choking. You can swim, Pierce.
Oh, good for you.
It isn't good for you. Tell Pierce no. Oh no.
Pierce, have you considered learning how to swim?
Oh, I hate the little corners like that.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, Mr. Redfield, why did you go down? He climbed up and what the fuck?
You good there?
He kept on climbing down. I've always like held space and gone forward, but in this case he just gone climbing up and then started climbing down. That's the first time.
Is this gonna be our snowmobiles?
No, this one's not even hard. It's just running. I've never had him just immediately climb back down. Because I was holding W, so I'm like, it's not like I was holding back. Oh my fucking god, Mr. Redfield.
Keep moving.
Wahoo. Explosions. Oh my god, no.
We need to reach that building.
Pardon me. Wahoo.
Alpha to HQ. We got a visual on Ada Wong. We're in pursuit.
This is HQ. Ada Wong has been spotted moving down the canal. Charlie and Delta teams form a perimeter around Kucheng.
All right, we can drop that chopper from here.
Chopper. Wahoo.
Damn, I hardly know what to.
What do I have in my pockets? I still can't grab them.
Hello.
Thank you. Yes.
Did you just shoot that guy with a freeze round?
Yes. Why, yes. I needed space to pick up my explosive rounds. So I shot 2. Yay. I just need those explosive rounds. How are you doing, Turnip? It's fucking exploding, bro.
Let's go.
Nope. Okay. Calm down, Chris.
You gotta explode, you know. And keep Finn's memory alive.
Exactly.
What's that? Explode.
Oh, doing well. Good.
That's
Very
that.
good to hear.
Now we get Ada. Copy that.
You really don't matter all that much. Can I hit him in the water? Yes, I can.
Box.
Oh, Turnip, I opened up the package as well. I did get it.
The package.
The package. The package. Oh, I should plug this in. There we go. I missed that. Yeah, I was at the beginning of stream. I'm sorry.
The C virus.
I need to pull it back right now, though. The cats are trying to get into the bag all night.
Shit, are we gonna beat Leon?
Fight them.
Yeah,
Fight
this
the
is
back.
the first time we're meeting up with him.
Ada!
He fucking unloads on her. You're just looking at him like, what the fuck, bro?
Alpha team to HQ, come in. We're in pursuit of Ada Wong.
No use hiding, Ada.
Oh god, okay.
The elevator!
Jesus Christ, did you run through that cutscene?
Me?
You were already at the end of the hallway. Like, wait, how did you get over there?
Oh, I just got. Oh!
Yay, we did it! Fuck you, Leon. We're better. I say as we were them earlier, and I said, fuck you, Chris. We're better.
Did you run through that cutscene? I guess the answer was yes, I did.
Because I showed up in the room and you were already halfway down there. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? You're gone. Okay. Let's go. Let's beat the shit out of Leon and Helena. Leon.
What the hell is all this?
Keep your eyes peeled. Who knows what this bitch has in store?
Oh my god. I don't remember him saying that. What the fuck, Leon? Not Leon, Chris. I don't know what this bitch has in store. Like, damn.
We're locked in.
The freak? That's what I'm saying. Okay, waiting by my station. Yeah. Do we? Where's Leon? And Helena?
I think we moved past.
No, I'm like, where are they? Because they were here. Chris and Pierce were here at the same time when we showed up. Look at them! Oh my god! Look at them! They took so long. What the hell? I'm like ready at my computer station.
Testing for prototypes.
Ada!
Yippee!
Been conducting such fascinating work here. What did you
Come on, let me in.
one of the new prototypes?
Oh my god, I hate
Your little bag of tricks isn't going to stop
the
us.
turning in this. Am I? Oh, I need this one.
Keep those damn things back. I'll get the lock.
Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0. Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 1.
Ky3len, you're not allowed to die.
Ky3len, no! I love you!
Ky3len, you
Security
can't die.
breach detected in room
Please
1.
tell me no!
Disengaging lock in room
I
1.
heard Helena pop over there. What happened,
There's no time to
Ky3len?
waste.
Oh, I'm already here.
Someone doesn't want us to catch Ada. She might not be working alone.
Exactly, not allowed. Doop, doop, doop. Oh. I don't know why that was a co-op one right there. I've been 20, 30 to past 3. Oh yeah, you've had that stupid shift. I don't get that. I don't get what's happening with this holiday schedule. Because even Christmas Day, I'm at Toontown. What the hell?
That's been fun.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Taylor. I'm so sorry you're stuck there. Why can't we say we don't want to work at certain places and don't put us there? But no. Managers say, no, we can't do that.
She always come like this.
There she is. Cut her off.
It's gonna happen again. We were at the same door together. And then we split up.
Well, that's not the only thing you could do. You could just not go in.
They also could have just shot her. They had so much time to shoot her. It's so funny to me watching these two fight.
Chris? Leon,
How'd you do that?
what are you doing here?
Fucking out of breath. Anyway, Ky3len, hi. Yes. See, I hate that. Putting it at the bottom of your preferences, I've done that, and it does nothing.
Witness! She's the one who did all this! No.
Like,
wasn't her.
it did nothing for me. It still made that the top priority to put me there. I'm like, what the fuck?
70,000 people! Putting the president because of
I don't care about the president. I care about Finn. Okay, Leon, I cared more about Finn. Yeah, see, yeah.
She's working for Neo Umbrella.
It's like I still could hear Finn in the room with us.
Yeah. I do.
It's like I'm still
You're
here.
still going to protect this woman.
All next week. Kev, you only know one location. Kev, you only know one location, sir. My boyfriend Thor told me to shut up yesterday. You can't tell me to do that. Did you? What did you? Ew, he put his stinky thingy. Ew. That's. God, that's still so fucking funny, Ky3len. So you don't get names. Not quite yet. But also, I'm gonna hate when you go to Marvel because. Like, it doesn't matter how long I've been there. I get just pushed down to the bottom and only get to close.
We both want the same thing here.
Do we? Do we really, Leon?
All right. BSAA will handle Ada. You take care of Simmons.
Chris! I know you'll do the right thing.
Yeah, well, that's not the real Ada, okay? I'll kill her. And then I'll leave the real one for you.
That's like real gross.
Just making a break for the harbor.
Yeah.
Get in!
Hey, Pierce. What you said about me hiding from my past. You were right.
Oh god, it's this. Oh god, you're driving. Good luck.
Won't stop until I do.
I don't know how to do this.
Good luck. Have fun. I'll be shooting. Ew, so he was extra stinky. I don't know why I'm holding W. I'm not walking.
This is Piers Niven's. Ada Wong is moving south towards the military port. Advising all personnel to be on the alert.
Oh god. Okay.
Don't bother, we can handle this. I've had enough of these stupid
I won't lie, even shooting is quite off-putting. Aiming is not the simplest. Oh my god. Oh, the poor innocent car. Sorry, I definitely shot that innocent person.
Who could you?
I can't really aim, so it's okay.
Chris to HQ.
Probably we just shot
Sorry, no can do. All our units are currently engaged.
There we go.
Have any to spare.
Damn it! Do you think this is part of our plan? Oh god.
Oh, another one. Yes, yes, Pierce. It is, of course, part of her plan. Big ew. Wahoo!
Now we've got you.
Oh, oh god! Did we run over a body?
Oh god.
Okay, I've definitely hit her car multiple times.
Give up, Ada. We got
But of course, plot armor.
A call myself.
Oh, sorry, that's an innocent bystander.
It's okay.
For apocalypse happening. Oh, bye. Oh no! Oh god! Oh, hey, Frederick.
Oh my lord.
Oh no, my lord. Me lord.
You're not getting rid of us that easily. I'm the best driver the BSAA's got.
Ramming into these guys does anything?
Pierce, I don't think you're the best driver the BSAA has.
They didn't send the best driver.
He just said he's the best driver. In all of BSA.
Best driver, he doesn't lie.
Brayden was like a bite him attack mode. So let's let's roll with this, see what happens. I just like that it's a bite attack mode.
Don't worry, soldier, we will. Just keep those civilians safe.
I attack, but I also protect. You gotta bring a spritz bottle with you next time, ky3len, when you're dealing with him, and then just like, don't actually do that. We probably would get in so much trouble. But it would be so funny. Oh. He's telling me to shut up. Exactly. Oh. That was rude. Adventure!
Captain, there's a train coming!
I thought you were gonna go straight into it! Oh my god!
It didn't appear until the last second.
I just watched with my eyes open like, oh, this is it! You're gonna have to do this all over again, this is it!
It just didn't appear until the very last second.
Oh my god, I hate this stupid car. Like, what do you mean this is the fastest we can go when we were just speeding? Oh my god.
This thing kinda suck.
It's going so slow. Oh, well, that was rude. I've never got that emblem. We got a new emblem! It's probably because I was so locked in on... I'm definitely shooting through your head. But, you know, you're perfectly fine. The bullets just phase through you. Tung, 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 tung. Oh god. Why does it go so slow up? I don't know, Pierce, just gas it.
Hey, grab your gun. I'm taking the wheel.
Oh no. I gotta gas it.
Hang on! I'm taking a shortcut!
Literally hang on to your gun, sir.
I don't think that's classified as a shortcut, Chris.
He just rammed it up against the wall. Oh yeah, here's example A of punching boulders. Okay. Brake accelerator. Okay.
You're not gonna lose us, Ada!
God, Ada, where the frick are you? Your car's so tiny. What the freak? That's what I'm saying.
Shit!
Okay, Chris, there's a lot of things happening right now. Don't expect me to catch up to her. Literally.
Those guys just phase through.
Boost. Oh my god, she's all the way up there.
Oh my god, I can't shoot.
Shit!
Yeah, okay, I know how to boost now. I kind of forgot all the controls. I hate the driving section.
There we go.
Punch, punch. Oh, we got full health too now. Oh! I didn't expect that. I guess she's chasing us now.
Oh, I mean...
Oh, there she is. Where you going, Ada? It's so funny. Hey, get back here. Hold on. Oh my god, the car. Boost is almost ready. No, Ada, hold on. No, girly pop. I want to be right next to you. Why does she have to be in a sports car?
Look, she's got a sleigh while she's slaying, it's okay.
Exactly. You're right. That's fair. Oh, she's so far ahead of us now. I was literally ahead of her. I've never had that happen before. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why did his car do that?
HQ to Alpha. We've spotted an aircraft carrier of unknown origin in the harbor.
Oh my god!
Indicates it might belong to
Oh, this was a bad idea. This was the wrong one. Where is she? She's behind us again. Can I go through these? No, I can't. Okay. Ada, get back here. I'm on the wrong side of the freeway. Ada, no. my
That's
God.
where Ada's headed. We can't let her reach it.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump it.
She's literally behind us, my dude. Her fucking car is a mess. I can't believe I jumped over her twice. That was crazy. Okay, I am gonna run to the restroom really quick and see if I can get something else to drink. So I'll be right back. We can stay on this menu. I'll get you. I'll get you. Yes. Evie. There's Nessie. Okay, behave. Entertain yourself, you two. I do not think I am able to entertain myself, my lord.
I got a point for sliding down the slide.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, wait, did you?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you did.
Hell yeah.
I got one for killing an animal too.
Huh?
I got a point for killing an animal.
No!
Was the rat?
That's fair. The rats. I think it is time that I take more painkillers. I'm just sat here just like, holy lord.
Have you tried not being in pain?
Yeah, I did. That's what the doctors are there for. They said no. Okay, I think I'm alive now. Maybe. You don't know good though, dog.
What the hell? Why shouldn't I
Hello.
gonna bite your fingy? What the freak? Hello. Hello, me lord. Hello, me lord. How are you enjoying the residents that are evil, me lord?
He residents evil.
They are so evil.
This
idiotic. So evil.
Hello.
Hello, princess.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
princess.
Dog,
Hello, princess.
alive?
Yes.
Oh, you're so
Hell
small.
yeah.
I have no points to spend. I'm hitting go.
Hello.
Hello,
Hell yeah.
princess. How are you, Gothic? How are you doing? God, somebody put in an order for like a trade for like shifts and what, but it's literally like, so I have a complicated order. And I'm like, damn, you're right. That was so funny. The residents are very evil today.
The residents are so evil.
Yeah.
Here's.
Bears! Oh, I forgot about these assholes. Sorry, I missed all my shots. I wasn't exactly hands on my mouse and keyboard. Keep on rolling. There she be rolling. I hate their little. I said the worst thing ever. I hate their little cock and ball cages. Because unfortunately, that's exactly what it looks like. Especially if... Oh, he turned into a little worm one.
Careful. These enemies are different.
Fuck
These
you.
are Neo Umbrella's finest, huh?
Neo Umbrella's finest. Oh, a box! Okay, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Oh, we did 1, 2, 3. We only have 2 chapters left. I think most literally we can finish it today, and then next time, probably as dramatic as I can make it be, next year. Next year, we'll start up Resident Evil 7. It's gonna be so long. We can't play until next year. Just to be a little bit dramatic. Okay, so pop that open. Oh, please don't shoot me. I'm on a ladder. I'm not an innocent bystander. Where is that person? Oh. Well, I don't know if that was that person, but I imploded them. Ooh. Yay! Imploded. Imploded. Where are they? Oh,
Alpha to
oh,
HQ.
over
We're
there.
closing in on Ada Wong.
HQ here. Copy that.
Oh, wow, I have
figure out where
so
the
much
forge is
ammo. I don't know this has a huge fucking ship, bro. Like, genuinely, this is a huge ship. I had salami. She's right fucking there.
You had a little salami.
I had the little salami. Only little. Only
Okay.
little salami.
Only little.
Oh, what are you doing in front of me? Fuck you. Ew, you are disgusting looking. Oh, I was trying to parry him. Oh. Is he about to explode? Oh yeah, he did. He implode. Oh, he also implode. Fuck you. Is this Ada's car? Perfectly fine. Oh, good morning, Mochi. Mochi is here to grace you all with her presence and probably trip over the things on my desk.
Yippee!
Oh, she didn't trip this time. Good job, Mochi. Good job, good job. She sit. Wow. How rude of him. Oh, good heavens.
We need to get up those stairs. Hurry, we can't let her get away.
Oh god, those bitches. Hate all these bitches. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, okay, you sniper up there? Whoever shot that? You're so small.
Can't just go up to somebody and tell them they're small.
You're so small. I couldn't hear that.
You do sound very far away.
Yeah. Oops. Missed a couple of those shots. Oopsie.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate? I'm killing somebody. Also, sorry, I am just killing them all. Okay, I actually don't feel like killing him anyway. Oh,
You
bye,
gotta.
Mochi. What?
You gotta.
Don't.
But I
You
do.
You gotta.
But I wanna. Isn't
It's
there
good for
an
your
emblem
health.
over here?
It's in the helicopter.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm having vivid memories. I probably got this then. Yeah. The one big guy's chasing me. At a very slow pace. Notes? Nothing there, nothing there. Okay. I await
Here's
your arrival.
That sucks.
Maybe.
Bought the infinite ammo for the sniper rifle and now it's not working.
Oh, I forgot I had that.
Oh,
Wait, I
no.
should check to see if mine's working, because I had that for the, handgun. I forgot I switched to that.
Oh, do you want to check this out
Over
real quick?
here.
There's a door over here.
Oh my god.
There's someone shooting at us.
I also too agree with, my infinite ammo for my pistol. Don't know if I've ever been in this room. Oh no, it just leads over. Excuse me. Fucking ran past that enemy. Ooh, a box. Points.
Hello.
Oh, damn!
Okay, don't know what that was all about.
Just fucking hit you back. Oh, I do need to hydrate though.
Can't believe you didn't hydrate.
Now we did. Okay, now I'll wait by the door. This whisper.
Oh god. Hold on, I'm dying.
It's okay. You got this?
Do not die, my lord. I believe in you.
You got this? There it is. Guess it's perfectly safe right there.
Here's
Pears. What disgusting noises they make. Yippee.
This is the part where I have the most with Beta.
I'm going for it. Roger that.
I'm gonna shoot the light. I'm gonna shoot you. You're so bright. Wahoo! I miss Leon. And now I wait.
Leon!
Drink me, drinky, drink.
I gotta stop doing that every time I heal.
It's good though. Yippee! All that for a little switch. So.
What else could go wrong? How the hell are we supposed to get that bulkhead open?
We'll figure something out.
Don't
That's
worry
our
about it.
job. You and I have a mission to complete. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
You
Maybe we can
need
blow it open.
access?
Why do
Nothing.
they all?
What do they all what?
Like, is it just like different areas where they're from? Oh, why do they all
Hey, Captain,
pronounce
I
Bazaar
think I found just
differently?
the thing
Like,
that blocks
I
that
swear
bulkhead
every
open.
time I listen to the stream, they're pronouncing it a different way.
Well, at least with okay, so no one calls it Bazaar. I
yeah,
call it
obviously.
Bazaar.
That's
But yeah,
just-
it's usually just the BSAA and or they'll actually say out the name. Oh, excuse me.
It's really good.
Ew. I don't like how he transformed.
That was one way to take care of him.
The man's trying to grab you. Wahoo. Oh, it's just more grenade. Why can't I just toss you all the way up there? That'd be great.
He's strong. I don't think he's that strong though.
He could do it. I believe in him. Oh, well, that was rude. I don't know. That guy shot me through the thing. What did the other one turn into?
Hello.
Oh, he turned into a fucking cocoon. Are you fully out yet? No. There we go. Oh, I did not have my gun reloaded. Yay. That's good enough. Yay, checkpoint. Ting. This is my sniper. Let's go. Wahoo! You like have fun? Oh my god. Forgot about that.
Have fun. You do a cussing.
I know, I was like, why can't I walk? What is happening? Cutscene.
Here, you okay? Yeah, just keep going. We'll meet up eventually.
Oh, why did I get one of those guys? Oh, he melted to the floor. What do you turn into? Disgusting. Dog? Dog! Not dog. Go here. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, good luck, buddy. Ammo! I can't even take the ammo. Oh, I probably could now. Press R? That's a weird one. Sure hope I don't get... Oh no. Okay.
My bad.
Oh, it's okay. They're coming to the other side now. Am I over?
Oh, hello.
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of them. Oh, that's it. Okay. Oh my god, Chris. I want those points. Points. Ooh, where's my right one? Why did he tackle him down?
HQ to Alpha. Fighting in the city has spread. You need to apprehend Ada Wong now.
What?
Copy that. Tell our boys to hang in there.
So sorry.
Are you kidding me?
There's a guy in there. Yep.
I think we overstayed our welcome.
Is that man dead? No, he's not. Gotta get through that. Okay, he's dead. Running to... Stop shooting him. That's my boy Pierce. Stop that. Oh, it fucking redirected me. Are you okay?
Yep, fine.
You sure? Your health is red.
One more.
Oh, he didn't drop anything. Yippee, enemy. There's actually, okay, yeah, I do. Oh my god, why are you fighting them all?
I don't know.
I'm like, why are you fighting? Come on!
My brain said, keep going.
I'm like, we have things to do. We gotta beat this today. I believe in you, my lord. Yes, my lord. Like we still have one more chapter after this.
Oh damn.
Can you feel it spreading through your body?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, because we should be on chapter 4 right now.
Exactly what you gave me, Simmons. At first, you'll be afraid, but don't worry.
Oh man, the last
You're
chapter's
just becoming the
isn't it?
monster you always were.
The last one's rough.
You and
But we have all of those boss fights. That's why I'm like, come on.
You and your family may have shaped the world into what it is today.
Forgot about Chris's.
Yeah.
Starting tomorrow.
I don't know.
It's all going to change.
I said immediately into one of these. I'm like, why didn't it just put us through? Let's see.
And then immediately into a cutscene.
Yep. Oh, I was on the wrong side. Why am I looking at you, but like, what is he doing now? That's... Why would they think that was Ada when...
Ada, stop!
When, like... She's in a completely different outfit. Get out of my way. We do not have time for this. Yeah, the infinite ammo also for me is a little messed up. Oh, bye, Moshi.
You can tell when we're just almost something and we just shoot with rocket
I
launchers.
just messed up today. It was working fine before.
Something just tried to attack me? Oh no, he's just taking a shower. Oh, there's an herb here. Oh.
One of these again.
Okay.
I guess we gotta deal with the generator thing.
Yeah. Oh, well, that was rude. Oh no. Okay. I didn't roll down. How did I get this ammo? Anything else? I think there's a blue. Hang on. Yippee.
You guys have a crime? Slap that crime on the table like a big fucking cock.
Yeah.
Tell everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that crime on the fucking table right now.
Yeah, Kev. Yeah. You're right. Like, this does not look like Ada that we've been dealing with.
Why is she walking so slow too?
Because she knows she's a shit. Yep.
She has joint issues.
That man's so loud.
Oh, hello.
Hey, whoa. Oh, it's these ones.
Yeah. Currently, no.
Oh my god, this guy was too close to me. Mochi. She got up here, then got back down. Nice reload. Like that. There's a man breathing over there. We're leaving him though. I know, yeah, he's just breathing in that room. I'm like, okay.
You don't need to be doing all that.
That's what I'm saying. Please die, sir. Oh, it's ammo. Hi, Ada. Hi, actual Ada.
Another bee fight.
Yeah, hate to be.
Oh, that was a bad throw.
There we go.
Oh, you already killed it.
Yeah. It went after you, so I just ran at its inside.
Damn it, she's toying with us.
She's not really.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
She's just walking. No, Quiet, I don't want to hydrate.
You better. You gotta.
It's okay, I can sit at the door and hydrate.
There, I did it.
Yippee!
Good, 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 good. Quiet, how's magic going?
Yes, ammo. You better be winning. Out there.
You better at least be having fun.
Dehydrate us and then he leave. Not even give us the update.
Can you do that?
How dare?
He just please. He makes sure that you hydrate it and then he leave.
Dehydrate, but he also protect.
Don't worry, I'll cover you.
Oh, I don't know what I do. Spiders are coming. There we go. Oh, why can't I jump over that? Whoa, that was kind of rude. Drop anything? Yes. Yes, ammo, finally.
Hell
Hell yeah.
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hi, Mochi.
So there's just surfing on it.
Yeah. I honestly don't actually really need. There's the herb there, but I have a lot of health. Mochi, can I help you? Come here. Mochi. No, you don't need to leave. Okay.
Ada!
Still haven't had enough, huh? Even after losing all your men
What a bitch.
again. With your track record, I gotta say, I'd hate to be a member of your team, Chris.
Don't listen to her, Captain.
It
Hi, Moshi.
Where are my manners? I mean, really, I should be thanking young men for being such good test subjects.
That's a clean shot.
Yeah.
Ever since Adonia, all I've wanted is to see you dead. This isn't
She
about
talks too
vengeance.
much. Fair.
about
She also
justice.
talks differently than Ada.
It's over, Ada.
She is such.
You're right. It is.
Justice.
The aircraft
Justice.
carrier is
Vengeance.
preparing for
Forgot
launch.
them. She talks with such much.
And the
Such
dead
much.
will
She
flood
has
the
a bigger
streets.
ego.
Deja vu, boys. Raccoon revisited.
Because real Ada talks shit,
it won't
but she
just be
knows she
once.
is the shit. This girl's pretending
It'll
to be
be
the
the
shit.
whole world.
Hello, random agent man.
Hello to you too, random citizen.
She didn't even try to stop that man shooting her.
But no one can stop it.
What is she going to do?
She just stood there.
She, very much she can do.
Damn it! What the hell just happened?
I do like that in Ada's playthrough. As soon as that she hits the ground, Ada walks through the door.
Yep.
She walks through the
This
door
looks like a
just as she
different
goes
strain.
splat.
There are 2 missing.
Just take what's left. We'll bring it back to HQ for analysis. This is Alpha Leader.
Oh,
I need a report on the missing vessels
that
ASAP.
hurts.
The city has been compromised, and we've lost contact with all local assets. We need more time.
We don't have it. The terrorist assault was just a diversion. The real attack will spread the virus globally.
Now what?
Let's check the rear
The
hangar.
elevator.
There's got to be some planes back there.
Yes, sir.
We have to do this stupid little end part. Why can't they just put us in the plane?
This is HQ. We've
This
confirmed
place
that
reminds
Wong
me a
was
lot
telling the
of,
truth. There's a
Army
fully
of
armed
Two.
aircraft carrier in open water not far from your location. Satellite imaging
need to
indicates they're
play
getting
that?
ready to fire missiles on the mainland. It's imperative that you
don't
stop them
think I've
from
heard of
launching
it
even a
before.
single one.
Oh,
Copy that.
I can't hear anything right now. The man was talking too loud.
Let me try that again. This playthrough reminds me of
The
Army
bay's
of
just
Two.
up ahead. Hurry.
This is making me seasick. You think this tub's gonna last much longer?
I don't want to hang around and find out. Come on.
God.
Anything up here? Oh, wait, backs. Oh, it's this stupid part.
This door requires 3 different passcodes.
Then we better go find him. Fast.
Can you? It's right here.
He's dead, which means someone else is here. Anyway, we got the first code.
I'm pulling out my freeze. Do we have to watch this, please? I don't want to.
Can't skip it.
Damn. I hate these guys. Ooh, he has a whole hole in him.
Fun time.
Yeah.
Why'd it come out squeaking?
Because it's a baby.
Well, that didn't affect him.
Fuck you! I'm just gonna run past you because I hate you! Don't kick me. Don't touch me with your toes either. Okay. Cleared for now. Ew, they come in a little fin like that. Oh, I didn't get all the points. Of course. Of course. Of course.
Oh, come on. Give me a break.
Oh, there's no such thing as that here. Literally, we just need to get to the plane. Like, why couldn't they be nice to us? Okay, yeah, that's all of it. Stew. Well done. I'm like, can you stop, please?
Let's get out of here.
Wahoo!
Oh, didn't realize it.
Ooh, boxes. Boxes. Why can't I pick up the fucking points? Damn. Box.
Oh, hi, bud.
Hey, bud. Just gonna open this. Oh my god. No, don't worry about it. You're traveling anyways, too. Yes, please go take care of yourself. I hope you had a good time.
Captain!
Hello.
All right, let's open this up, Piers. You ready? Only one.
I don't... Okay. You said that so fast, like, sir, we're both still fighting the things. How's that man splayed out like that? Ew.
Damn it!
Oh.
It's locked from the other side.
Gotta go.
Puppies. Puppies. Yep. What's in the shower? Wasn't it like the shower? No, it's the bedrooms. Oh, hi Mochi.
Found the last one. Let's head back.
Anything in here? Anything in here? Nothing? How rude. Mochi, are you trying to sniff them? Or sneeze on them? Mr. Redfield is right behind you. Oh, it's just the top half.
On the bottom.
Oh, I found the hand.
More crap out of me.
Oh, it's ammo I can't take. Ow! Thought you were dead. Hi, Mochi. Oh, you're sitting down finally? Thank you. Oh, away. Oh, oh.
These guys are
back alive. Hmm. Yeah, I hate these guys.
Come on.
Yep, I'm just running
Right behind you.
straight in. God, I hate this stupid ass boat.
Move it.
There we go.
Ew.
Gross. Can I shoot again? Okay. Is the hand? The hand was too far to the left to shoot.
Also didn't know that I had the sniper rifle equipped.
I hate this slow time like that because I'm just waiting to shoot again. I'm like, can I go?
No.
I've only been back since Sunday. That's not bad. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Mochi, what do you think about that?
I hope you can get in some rest, because that's quite a bit of jet lag.
I should have my pistol out. Oh well. I feel like that shoots the fastest. Just hear your fucking gun unloading. Honestly, I feel that very much, Mr. Redfield. I don't have time for this. I want to get to the last chapter. Like, please, move out of the way. Oh, it's shotgun ammo, too. Wahoo! Finally! Please, just put us in the fucking plane. We didn't need to do all that.
Fired up.
God, do you fly it or do I fly it? One of us operate the guns? We zooming.
He do be zooming. Now it's time for the best phone call ever. I'm sorry, Mochi. I'm touching you because you're laying on me.
HQ to Alpha. The aircraft carrier has been located. The carrier is armed with anti-aircraft artillery. Take out those guns, Alpha.
Oh god, I can't even.
Entire carrier? Does that even sound possible?
Hey, Piers, how's your aim?
Never better, Captain.
Sure thing.
Why?
Mr. Redfield, I hope his aim is good. We've had him this entire time. One. Don't really know what one did because it just cut through things.
Nothing we can do to stop it from here.
The missile's carrying a virus. If it hits, it's gonna be a hell of a lot worse than a normal warhead.
And the only way we can stop it is by getting on that carrier.
We've got no choice. Okay, get ready. I'm going in.
Gotcha.
I would like to pull up, but I'm in a cutscene. So, oh, one is barrel roll. I see, I see. Oh my god, where is it aiming me? Okay.
Please tell me you both don't have to drive this thing.
No, I have to shoot the things, but the thing doesn't want to zoom in or anything, so I'm...
It's right there too.
Locking on things.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go up and then turn around.
Ada said she wanted to bring Raccoon City to the world.
There you
There's
go.
only one missile that we know of. Come in, HQ. Are there any other vessels in the water?
Negative. Intel says only the carrier.
It's over there. Okay.
She'd have been making it up. I wouldn't put it past her.
Up we
All
go.
anti-aircraft guns have been destroyed.
All right, now we can stop that missile. Find a place to land, Captain.
I'm shooting the fucking helicopter.
Right, I gotta get out.
Oh god, it's a fucking timed thing. Why is the timer going? We're in a fucking cutscene.
Find the control unit and
We're not even landed, bro. Your ankles are gone.
Snapped ankles.
Like, yeah, your ankles are obliterated.
Who needs ankles in this economy?
Honestly?
Looks like my path is blocked. Nothing a little pyrotechnics can't take care of.
Where did you get this, Bob? Where did you get this?
Oh my god, why can I zoom in that much?
You said that, Doc, with the same tone you would like a dog who's gotten hold of something you shouldn't have done.
Where did you get this? No. I've never done this part.
Neither have I, I'll be honest, because I always play as Mr. Redfield. Keep running! Like, oh, you're doing that again. I don't know where you came up with those. Do a barrel roll is exactly right, Kev. Okay, please don't give me a chance to like aim.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Who's shooting at me and nothing happened? Oh, he hit me, I guess.
Why am I watching this? Ew. Oh yeah, for a fun fact, that's Ada. No, that one wasn't Ada. There's a blob on this that is Ada. Because that's what she turned into.
Aircraft carrier. This is a different aircraft carrier.
Oh no. Oh, okay, bye, Mochi. It's quite funny what the Ada had turned into.
Hurry it up here. We're running out of time.
Do you have any guys? No.
HQ to Alpha. Missile launch has been aborted.
Way to go, Pierce. Now get back to the plane so we can get out of here. Roger that.
How the fuck do you get? Hi, buddy.
Here, get to the
Oh
crane.
God.
I'll pick you up.
Get to the crane. Okay.
Oh God.
You got this. I'm hitting him.
Hey, Captain. The odds are a little uneven down here. A little help?
You're almost here. What do you want me to do? I'm shooting him already. I love how it starts to move me down. Like, okay, no. You gotta let him jump on.
HQ to Alpha. We have an emergency. The missile is preparing to launch.
How in the hell?
Dave, you knew we would try to stop him.
We're out of time, Alpha. Permission to destroy the missile granted.
Damn it, that thing's in our way. All right, Pierce, take out those missiles.
He's saying all this, but we're just like, no. He still fucking lived. Now it's my favorite phone call ever.
It's heading for the city.
Hell yeah.
FOS, is anyone there?
FOS.
Chris Redfield with the BSAA here.
Hold on, I'm patching you through to Agent Leon Kennedy.
What?
Leon!
Leon, where are you?
Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
Get the hell out of there!
It's just him screaming over the phone. And it's the same cutscene again.
Yeah.
Which I don't think this is skippable.
Why is there so much of the same cutscene?
It is not.
Oh, excuse me, Mochi. Okay. It's literally the entire same cutscene.
You know what I'm surprised they didn't add in this game? The Wilhelm scream.
Them close. I forget about the car every time. Woo.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, it really did. No, now we're back here.
Leon! Leon! Are you alright?
Yeah.
Things just got bad. Real bad.
Yeah. That's okay. Not for that guy, though. Or that guy.
You're gonna do keep building again.
Chris, listen to me.
Chris, you can't just punch the plane. You might destroy it.
Oil field. Agent Sherry Birkin and Jake Mueller.
It's Albert Wesker's son.
Chris, no, you can't punch the plane.
Chris.
He's
He's got antibodies for the C virus.
His face when he locks in, like, Wesker.
You can't do that.
On my way. Good, thanks.
Leon, wait. There's something I need to tell you. Ada Wong is dead.
That's okay, girly pop. She's fine.
Copy. Sherry and Jake need you. Don't let them down.
He's not dead yet. It's fine.
More. Yippee.
Yippee.
Yippee. Can I buy anything? I still don't got enough money.
Since the infinite ammo's not working.
Yeah, it really... It isn't, because I have it. Okay, Mochi. Okay, Mochi. Let me just make some space for you, okay? Yeah, you're fine there. Yeah, okay. Because I have it equipped too, so I'm just gonna go back to my old one.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just went back to the Pablo's killer.
Yeah. That's so weird. I don't know why it isn't working. Oh my god. Chinese waters.
July 1st.
Yeah, why it?
Go.
Go.
Forgot to respond to my mother.
There's irony for you. A man who spent his entire life trying to destroy the world, and now his son is the only one who can save it.
And here I am coming to rescue him.
Okay, Pierce, we didn't need that, okay?
The man who killed his father. Like I said,
allegedly.
Irony.
Honestly, that volcano killed him.
Fate.
That volcano had to have killed them.
Yeah.
The creepy looking doctor, right, from the new one?
Wait, what?
It's been 3 years since I killed
You've seen their trailers for the creepy looking doctor?
Yeah.
Can't let this war follow me forever.
People are trying to say that that's Albert Wesker.
That'd be crazy. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that.
What? Wait a minute.
It's about time someone took my place.
And that would be interesting because there's speculation. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot he's passing the torch to Pierce.
You made it this far, haven't you?
Why am I going to Twitter to look? I think I was just going to go look at the man. Man. There's speculation and talk about a main character, like important character, like dying off in this
Be
game.
careful. Knowing them, there'll be some surprises.
Copy
So if they just kill Wesker again, everything's fine.
That'd be great.
That would be great. Because everybody's just like, it's probably Leon. But I also don't think that they would kill Leon.
Just they better not do the obvious. They wouldn't do the obvious and kill Leon.
Yeah.
They can't.
It's gonna be Ada.
Ooh, that would actually be really good. Hey, Sherry. Hey, AJ.
Hey, you said you heard Sherry's voice in the trailer.
There would be problems
What
if
if
they...
it's Sherry?
If they try to kill her, there would be problems, mainly because she has taken a whole sheet of metal through her and lived. So that would be interesting.
They found us.
We gotta go.
And I feel like
all of them have survived the zombie apocalypse, so...
Yeah. And I feel like... I don't know, nobody would really care if she died. Like, I care if she died. Oh my god, why is it beeping like that?
We can get there from the lower levels. Let's go get them.
It like just picked up the pace and like stop it. I do have a lot of handgun ammo.
I want to have a look around over there.
Okay.
Captain, give me a hand.
Hold on. We're opening boxes.
I'm looting.
Okay. Goodbye. But it would be interesting if it was Sherry who died, just because... Okay. Oh my god, stop pointing me places!
See if you can turn them off from up there.
Because, like...
They're trying to yap about law.
No. They're just moving me. Because a lot, especially for the new people coming in, a lot of people don't really care about Sherry.
Roger, I'm going in.
And don't know... Because they don't really know who she is. Because if you don't play 6 and everybody tells everybody that 6 is bad... And we don't see Sherry in any of the movies. So she has only appeared in the movies?
Yeah.
For the animated ones, I don't believe so.
Well, not the animated ones.
The animated ones are the only ones that are canon.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even know if I can help you.
You can shoot up through the grates.
I couldn't see any of them. They're all not by the grates. I can't do my job.
Oh god!
No, oh my god, he was by the crate, or the grates, but I can't. He left. No! Like, I can't shoot you. You're not by the grates. It would be interesting if it was Sherry. They can't do Grace because she's new.
Set of blades in the way. I'm on it. Just give me a minute.
I mean, I think.
Oh, hello.
I'm pretty sure, like, her mother's dead too, because that's the whole thing about the murder. Yeah. Oh, I can shoot you finally. Finally, my time to shine. I'm gonna crawl more. Oh my god, I may slide down. Yippee! Yep. Oh my god. Hehe, loser. Oh, don't turn into that. No. Okay.
Here's. I've restored power to the elevator.
Copy. I'll rendezvous with you up ahead.
This one? Yeah, okay, okay.
You know what? Just time to. Just gonna leave him. Just gonna leave him.
Yeah. I'm just waiting here. I can't go anywhere.
Oh, my bad.
Mochi, don't fall asleep on the Steam Deck.
Oh, we're trying. We're trying to be winning.
We're trying to win. Come here, sir. Oh, well, not you, actually. Oh, well. Are we winning? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Mayhaps we be winning, Ky3len. Mayhaps.
Certainly not losing, Shayla.
Exactly. I am beating the shit out of these people. That's the ammo I want. Oh, hello. Yippee, yippee, yippee.
Oh, hello.
Yippee, yippee. Axes. Axes. Please die, sir. Did he turn into something? Oh my god. I couldn't see him at all.
That was not
Please.
a word. My bad. I got grenade ammo.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's a box over here in the corner.
Ew. I should throw something away. Just see the fucking explosion as I'm trying to pick up stuff.
Didn't need to set myself.
It's okay. It's fine. Oh, he's still alive?
No, he's dead.
Don't do that, sir. Don't be alive. We have things to do. People to save. So I need you to not. Oh, wrong button. Space. No, I'm women. What are you winning at, Kev?
My bad.
Hell yeah. What are you winning? Oh, Mochi. Come here.
Two behind.
Gets to win because it's his day off. Oh, I see. It's okay, you know what? He only knows one location. I do hate this one a lot. So you know what? He's stuck at one place where we can go other places.
Engaging airlock. Connection to research block initiated. Please wait until the connection is complete.
Oh boy.
Hello, stranger.
Ida?
Yep, it's me. Or should I say, was me. Consider this my little parting gift to you. If you've made it this far, I'm assuming you're being...
Oh, okay, Mr. Redfield. You didn't even be so dramatic about it.
He still won't stop my plans. No one can. One missile and this world will be transformed into a new Eden for my last and greatest creation. He will thrive in the ashes.
Where does this man come from?
Cities, conquering all that remains after the fall. He will.
Good heavens.
A new era.
Something tells me this new creation isn't a pillow pet.
Here.
A pillow pet? Pillow pet? That's what I heard. I'm like, whoa. Oh my god, pillow pet! Oh, he fucking punched the shit out of me.
Hello, pets.
Hello, pillow pets. I would have used her.
my old pillow pet back.
Yeah. You dead, sir? Okay, he's dead. Stop shooting up there, sir. You're quite annoying, sir.
Connection complete. Pressurizing area now.
I'm just gonna wait by this door.
Until air pressure levels have normalized.
Don't let it pull the lever. Last thing we need is more cocoon. Shit, they keep coming! We're just gonna have to hold out.
I'm gonna throw a flashbang.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll hydrate after we're alive. There's one more. No, he's running. He's gonna press it. Kill him. Oh, that hit me. That took so long for me to fall. Oh, he tripped and fell.
But it said, fuck you, it's self-care.
Self-care time. Yeah. Ow.
Pressure normalized. Connection
Quiet,
procedures
have you
complete.
finished magic then if you've
Disengaging the
unlocked?
safety lock.
You gotta tell us how it went.
Did you win? Oh.
Are you winning, son?
Oh, let's go.
Hey.
You winning, son. Lost them all. No.
How did the bear work, though?
Mm-hmm.
That's all that matters. How did the bear work?
Mm-hmm.
That's my girl.
Glad to see you're okay.
Wait,
Ow, ow,
was
ow,
that
ow,
you
ow,
who just
Oh,
ow.
freed us?
Looks like
Yes.
you guys saved the day again, huh?
I love this
Elsa's
awkward
problem.
encounter. Correct.
Hell
Fuck
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah.
You don't see any of his father in him besides him being angsty.
Wait, hold on a second. So you know him?
Yeah.
We love him being
I did.
angsty.
He's a real piece of shit who tried to kill the world.
But I'm the one that killed him.
Yeah, also, like, sir, he betrayed us, took us to a mansion, left us there, tried to kill us, locked me up in a jail, and then stole my partner, tortured her, made her fight me, and then tried to take over the world.
That's right.
Chris, better put a leash on that puppy.
This is between
Better
me
put a
and
leash
him.
on that puppy. Okay, whoa there, sir.
No,
Go
well
ahead.
done, my guy. That's
Shoot.
a little.
You have every right to.
I don't know why he's so hung up about
Just
this.
promise me you'll survive.
Like,
The
sir, you
world
didn't even know your
depends on it.
father. He was a piece of shit.
what to do.
Stop it!
Put your gun down now.
Oh my god, everybody in this room, please, got that. Gothic.
Tell me. We just.
They are all
Beautiful.
beautiful.
So right.
Is it personal?
She is. She's entirely correct.
Both.
Yeah, a little both. A little both.
Jake, please stop.
Put a bullet
Just
in your
put
head.
your gun down.
Okay.
Don't do this!
What if he just didn't pull it? What if he just ended it right here?
That'd be crazy. Oh, that'd be crazy. Chris now cannot hear out of that ear.
Important things at stake.
Oh god, yeah, he deaf.
Yeah, that's also his comms are. He's not gonna be able to hear anything Pierce says.
We gotta go.
Jake!
I know.
Okay, Jake, stop it. We literally have to go. We're under the water. Under the water. Help. Hi, Carv. Howdy, howdy, gamer.
I am under the water.
Oh.
I got a high coat.
Guys, I think this is some sort of lift. There's one over there too. Let's get out of here.
Oh shit, I went to the wrong one. We both went to the wrong one. Look at Jake walking. Okay, thank you. Under the sea. Under the sea. Hi, car. Okay. Okay, thank you. We really don't need this cutscene. I always hated it.
Too bad, my guy.
The end of the world.
This is cutscene the game.
Sorry, I just touched the screen.
Stop it.
And
Wait, look at this. What does this mean? What does this mean?
That giant cocoon hatches.
We're in trouble.
Why is Jake and Sherry?
just
Go
a
to your
bit.
own lift, bro.
We gotta get out of here in Warren HQ.
Why the fuck were they on our
This way.
lift? Get your own ride, buddies. Okay, much.
You know, you didn't have to put yourself on the line like that. Wesker served what he got.
Yeah, he did, but okay.
You did what was right. You kept this world safe.
Actually, no, yeah. Okay, so what?
The kid had the right to know.
He ain't never met his father a day before.
Can't say I've lacked for adventure working with you.
Sorry. I know it's never been
He
easy
ain't
being
know
my
nobody.
partner. Once we get out of here,
Oh, what's happening to them?
They're struggling.
I don't want it. Oh, hey. Why did I turn around?
Jake!
Spare me the lecture, all right? Find a way out.
Shit out of that one, my god.
I knocked out the barrel of the gun, okay?
It's my problem, not yours. Guys, I don't want to think about that asshole.
Oh, I'm out of breath now.
Don't worry about that.
That asshole. I'm not an asshole, okay? Your father literally tried to kill us. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh my god. I hate doing the gauntlet fight and then going straight into a fight where I need ammo.
Oh my god, that ain't no dang joke.
Oh my god, and I can't like aim because this thing moves so much. Oh, someone's smacking me in the back. His body went flying. Oh, he's about to grab you again. Oh, my good heavens, what did you do to him?
I broke his neck.
Damn, that's a man with a rocket launcher. Yeah, teamwork. Oh my god.
Gothic asks who his father is.
Who's his daddy? Wesker? Yeah. Wesker.
Damn.
The daddy of today is Wesker.
Don't you know it? Oh, baby girl.
Baby girl. I just never understood why he got so upset. Like, yeah, he does deserve to know. Okay, Mochi. Mochi, that really hurts.
Don't tell just that. I probably could have been just wasting ammo.
True. Oh. Oh, we're the bitches who have to deal with this.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we tell them, get out of here. No. No, you stay here and fight it with us.
It's the Reaper from Mass Effect 3.
Also, like, what the fuck is this? It's too heavy, that's what it is.
It's so ugly.
Yeah,
God, I made it. I made that joke, but I might actually be right. It looks like it's from Mass Effect 2.
We got it from here. Let's go.
The Skeleton Reaper from the end.
Yeah. She's like,
finish.
Yeah.
It came out in the same year.
Oh god, we have to move immediately. I remember we had to climb like up.
Please climb.
Oh my god. Hold space and slide. I can't do that right now. I'm climbing a ladder. Good luck, soldier.
Hurry, he'll take us down with him.
What do you mean, good luck, soldier?
Here, come on.
Oh my god, why did that take so long to like process? Help me! Father of the year, right there, Mr. Wesker. Wahoo!
Shit.
Okay, unloading. Okay. Oh, I hate the like camera angle turns.
That is one angry son of a bitch.
Oh my god. Why did that catch up so fast?
You good?
He put his like hand through my screen. I'm like, wait, I can't see. Oh, I hit the wall. He is moving.
Releasing this thing must have been Ada's plan from the beginning. Jesus, the missiles were only a distraction then.
Well, yeah. She said the whole world, so yeah. Hello. He moved so fast.
He do be schmoving though.
We're almost there. God, we should do another one. I was too far to the left. Sorry. Oh, hey, so I'm up. Oh my god, I'm going for a roll. Mochi, please don't press space right now. Please, for the love of God, don't push your little toesies on my keyboard. Yeah, this man. Give me the beginner. This man very angry. I thought that opened for a second. I've literally played this before. I'm not ready for this.
Why are we walking?
Yeah, literally, we have a situation here. Why are we walking?
Yeah.
Can I shoot him? Oh, I can. Oh.
Why does he look like that?
I don't know, but he's so gross. I didn't fucking reload. I can't pick up anything.
I gave him a massive headache.
Ew. Ew.
Shit, this thing won't die!
No, well, yeah.
We can't let this thing see the light of day!
Oopsie. You run, and then we slide. It's fucking points. I need ammo right now. Not points. The widow toe beans? The widow toe beans, that's what she was gonna use. She was gonna use her little toe beans. She's snoring. Mochi's laying on me snoring. Oh! Oh! This is... we are under the water. I am under the water. Help. I am under the water. I am under the water.
5 minutes ago, let's go.
Yeah, literally, let's go. Oh, she stretched her little toesies. That's very nice of you, Mochi, but just move those a little bit to the left.
Alright.
I'm gonna cry. Anyways.
Better.
Please don't cry. Bless you.
Mochi does want to play. Because she always has one paw on my hand that has my mouse. So she does. Actively wants to play. Isn't there... was there something right? Oh.
Yeah, there was ammo.
What the... was that all the ammo from the other room?
I think so.
Because I know I left shotgun shells because I couldn't pick the... Fuck. Yeah, I remember this part.
Son of a bitch!
Oh.
We're out of time. We gotta go.
You're all the way down there, sir. I know we gotta go.
No.
Oh my god, why did he walk? Captain, I can't get back. I can't either. Oh, hey, I might not make this one. I made it.
I'll be damned if I'm gonna...
I was so locked on shooting him. Excuse me. Just shove my big head in his way. You got this. I was not there at all.
Can't hold it.
Mochi, you know, now would be a fun time to like help press space. You know, put the work in now.
Thanks, Captain.
Because hey, Dubs, how you doing? We be suffering, but it's be a good time. We're finishing this. Oh, good heavens.
We will be finishing it.
We will be. Oh my god, why is the camera changing? I know why the camera's changing, but like, I didn't need to see it. Oh, thank god. It's just Mochi playing games. I'm gonna teach her to play games, Car, and then that's it. She's a streamer.
Get her like a big button that correlates to like space or like a button that you would normally use just so she could press it.
Yes.
You know?
Also, sorry, I was screaming for a reason.
That's okay. That's okay.
It turned into a fucking... Oh my god!
Wow, it really hated his little right arm.
Like it tossed him and he turned into a fucking spinning Beyblade. No, stop it, Piers!
It's actually really damaging.
Okay. Oh my god. It really, like, when I talk about Until Dawn, the one friend that got the short end of the stick with the worst deaths, that's what Pierce just got. He got stabbed in the arm, like broken arm, thrown, stabbed in the arm, and then another piece of huge blade just cut the arm, and then he ripped off the arm. I'm just here. I literally don't do anything. You got this. Don't do it. But you got this. I don't think he would live even if he didn't do that.
No, it's fine.
The way the music cut. He's fine.
He's fine. He's fine. He can survive this.
So what just happened was Pierce just injected himself with the sea virus. The little extra potent, the extra potent sea virus.
Well, can he not? That's really inconsiderate, actually.
He saw his captain in pain and he said, Captain! Oh my god, I'm right next to it. Captain! I hate this stupid fight.
What did you do?
Yeah, Piers, what did you do? I say as you're electrifying him. Okay, I'm gonna touch the door.
Oh,
I just had to walk towards the door.
yeah, we actually gotta go to the door.
You just casually with your one arm. Mochi,
Yeah,
just keep your paw on my hand, okay, sweetie? Then you can play the game, okay?
Pierce, you have to fight it. Try to stay in control.
Oh my god, he pulled your door closer. I want to knife him. Oh, okay, I won't knife you, sir. Please get me the fuck out of here! Okay. Whoa! Loser. Oh god, it's these things. Oh god. Mochi, your nail is hitting me. Do I have any other ammo?
Now's our chance. Fire!
Can I stab him? Yes, I can.
I was coming to do the same thing.
We both had backed away so far.
Please wait while pressure is reduced.
I'm gonna go look for ammo. Oh, thank you. It gave me points.
Hell yeah. Who needs ammo?
Yeah, who needs that when I got points? Oh, I ran out of ammo on that one. Get your ass down here. I don't know why those things sound like monkeys. But it always cracks me up. Hey sir, could you flip out of that?
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Pressure is reduced.
Come on. Come on. Come on down, huh?
Come on over here, little guy. Come here.
Ow.
Oh, it's getting me. Ooh, Panera's? What are you gonna get from Panera? Oh, Mochi, now's not time to stretch your little toesies. Yeah! Get him! You knife him! You knife him next time, okay? No, not the fucking monkey. Do I have any... Oh my god. Oh my god, my pockets are empty. Yeah! What's she trying to sabotage? She is. She's just like, no, press space now. Press space now. She says now's a good time.
Press space.
Press space, mother. Press space. I do say. So, we're gonna have the bestest time of our life. I only have a knife left.
I was gonna ask if you're kind of stuck relying on me right now.
Yep. I have a knife if he gets down on the floor. He's aiming at me. Can those things like drop ammo for me, please? And thank you.
Those things can actually drop ammo.
I don't want to hit them. Please? Oh, one of them did. I have 10 bullets. The monkey from Toy Story. You know, that's fair.
The preparation process is almost complete.
Oh, hey, buddy. Got one bullet.
Listen.
Oh my god, please drop ammo. Please drop ammo.
Here. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Oh, I see. It's ammo of some sort. Pistol. Pistol ammo. Ooh, okay. Oh, you like scooted him. He scooted closer to get up when you hit him. Oh, why did he go up just to go down? It's just a little silly. You know what time it is. Oh, why did he teleport? He keeps teleporting to like go up. Okay, Mochi, don't stretch your front toesies. Please. That's gonna hit me. That's okay. It didn't hit me. Running for my life. Oh, you know what I do have? Flash grenade. I hit myself. I bounced it off of the wall. Oh, I want to knife him. Me. I just rammed myself into him. I said I want to punch him and knife him, and I ran myself right into him. Yeah, you get him. He's so small now. Bacon turkey bravo sandwich. And and a brownie? Ouchie. And a brownie. You got it. Oh, I'm coming. You got it.
Oh, there's multiple. Oh god.
You got it. I'm here with a knife. Oh, I just pressed button. Mochi. We killed it, Mochi. I need to itch my eye. Please don't do any quick times. Anyways, they do remind me of the Toy Story one. Oh, okay. You moved an inch.
I don't know why we were able to walk around first.
I know. Oh, he makes me so sad.
Come on, just stay with me. You're gonna be okay.
I'm sorry, Captain. I did it for the BSAA.
No, if only
for the future.
I know. You did a real good thing.
As long as you...
I don't want to hear it. We're both getting out of here, right?
That arm's looking not good.
No, have you seen his eye?
Let's go.
We're both getting out of here. You know, one of us will be getting out of here in a body bag.
Oh, hey, there's a random herb on the flower. Flyer? On the flare?
I'm gonna get you through this, Pierce. You hear me?
What the fuck is that? That's Pierce, my sweet baby boy. Where? You are heading through the door.
Infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water pressure.
I don't have any bullets, bro.
Please evacuate immediately.
Okay, I had to heal first.
Please allow me to aim.
Yeah, let's go.
Infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water pressure.
Oh my god.
Personnel, please
Didn't like that.
evacuate immediately.
Oh, I can't slide anymore.
I genuinely think actually.
Warning. Facilities infrastructure compromised.
Yay.
Unable to withstand water
I can't do anything.
Please evacuate immediately.
Oh my god, where am I? Oh, okay. I can throw a flash grenade back there, so you take care of that. I'll do this. Just kidding. I'm not gonna throw a flash grenade. The whole platform's gone.
Unable to withstand water pressure.
Okay, cool. It's just me who had to touch it. Oh my god.
Okay, I got like 3 loading screens.
Oh, I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, gee, that hurts.
Just go! No. You're gonna be okay. We're almost there.
He injected himself with the virus.
He's all goopy. And you know. Goopy.
See that? We'll be out of here in no time.
To save himself and Chris.
Oh, he don't look too good. You. We did not need the emphasis on that.
I need to undulate.
Yeah.
Got it. Here we go, Pierce. We're getting out of here.
Undulate?
We did not need to hear it undulate like that. The way he looks at his hand, so offended.
It's because he put his dog tags in him.
My boy.
No, don't do this!
Open the door!
No, my boy!
God damn it!
That's my boy. No, my boy. Father, help.
My boy! What are you doing?
I can't believe they did this to Pierce, truth be told.
You can still make it out! God
I
damn
mean,
it!
it's better
His deserve to live.
It's better this than, you know, turning around and never seeing him again.
True, but I don't want him dead. I want the possibility that he's alive. And that's the start of Chris just never having a good partner again because he keeps on losing them. He just keeps on losing his partners. That's sad. It's fucking sad as hell, that thing. I hate it. And then there's that thing again. Oh, Mochi, you're moving the mouse. See, you're gaming. You are. Except I kind of need that. Mochi, you got your mouse stuck in it. He did it! Pierce did it!
Epileptic warning, please. Yeah, Kev, I'm dead. I died. No longer alive.
He didn't make it. No! Hey, guys.
I didn't listen to Rule 4.
No, not the Rule 4, no! It's literally so sad. Because this isn't the first story Pierce is in, but it's the only game that Pierce has ever been in. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, you... Good morning. Maybe? Maybe good afternoon if you had work. Oh, and he had his fucking patch.
His patch.
Covered in his blood. Hello? What happened to everybody else?
They escaped. Everyone else escaped except for him. He died.
Yeah.
The only one.
Yeah, Jake and Sherry, who were also on that day, escaped. They're fine. Good afternoon. The missile was EP. So good morning. You have just woken up. We did it! Wahoo! So those are the main 2 stories of it. We did it though.
There's an after credit scene.
Whoa! Yeah. What button is it? Backspace? I hate that it doesn't tell you. I pressed all of the buttons.
Not enough buttons.
Not enough. Time for Jake and Sherry. I do love Jake and Sherry's route. It is my favorite one. But I do not want to do the automobile. Snowmobiles.
Oh god, that's the worst part.
Yeah. Oh.
This part irritates me. One bite.
Wait.
Captain. We've received new orders.
I want to cry. I miss Pierce.
All right.
And leaves everything there.
Better get
Yeah.
to it then.
Yeah, that's fair. Crunchyroll subscription
One
again?
bite.
The Crunchyroll is definitely worth it, I think. That poor food though, like he did.
I think it's worth it.
That also means poor Chris didn't get to eat. Like, he's probably still hungry. Oh damn! You didn't need to hit the charm like that, bro. Okay, Mochi. I can't say. I really want to say certain things, but I'm like, no, I will not. Because it's lore drop for later, for next game. Can I press? Am I tapped in? Oh no, it's just that button. Do we get that stupid cutscene? I don't think we do.
The one with Jake again?
Yep.
Yes.
I was like, I'm waiting for it because I'm like, where is it? His stupid ass cutscene.
You guys did it.
We did
proud of you guys.
Yeah. Do you have comments, questions? Oh my god, concerns?
Oh, you're letting it play out again. I just skipped it.
Well,
Back in the home menu.
Jesus, I don't even know what
wish
button it was.
Pierce didn't die.
Yeah. So Pierce is in the stage play and then also the manga. One of the mangas. And he's been Chris's partner for a good minute. I think after the situation with Jill, he's been his partner since then. So they've been on, it's not like they've been on like a one-go mission. They have been on missions together. 2 more games, fuck no. So like, it's not just like emotional trauma from Finn that they have partnered together. No, they've been working together for quite some time. So it's really sad. And it's really sad. It's the same case of like Carlos just getting 1 game. I'm like, oh, okay, goodbye. Never again. Guess I'll never see you again. It's so sad. But that's it. Jake and Sherry's is really about their bonding of shitty parents.
Yay!
Because Sherry's was the Birkins who helped Wesker and Jake was Wesker. Oh, you coming back? Come here. Mochi. Okay, I need the
I also miss Louis.
I wish... I'm just gonna believe he's not dead. Like, no.
No.
When
no,
will
that's
Ashley
the
come
thing.
back?
You believe he's dead. You accept that.
No. No. There's fan theories that he's not. Why?
And that he's what? Some
You
misshapen
better not
monster out
be.
there?
Yeah, he's just alive.
Oh, you're talking about Lewis. I thought you were talking about Pierce.
Oh no, he's dead. Even if they got him out and somehow cured him, he is under the water. He is under the water. He's gone. I don't want this song.
Can I send you 2 songs?
Yes.
Sarah? Lesbian Hatsune Miku and Pining Tato. And that's all.
That was such a, like a whiplash of... Is it that one? It's probably that song. Did I spell the words right? That's just a sponsored MV. Okay, I'm gonna have to find these afterwards. Lesbian. What is the other one?
I sent you the songs. I sent them to you.
Yippee. Oh,
send you the link.
go away, Spotify.
My internet just keeps dying, and I want to kill it immediately. I don't have them on Spotify, but I have them on YouTube.
Oh. Oh. That was me struggling with my U button. Oh, that's... It fired twice and then it didn't fire at all. There we go. Let's see. Damn. Okay, they aren't on Spotify yet. I will play one of them as we leave. Visit site. Pause that. Give you that. Okay, one of them is playing. Yippee yippee. Get rid of that one. I play Teto. Hee 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 hee.
Teto!
Bleach isn't on Crunchyroll? That's kind of crazy. That's a little crazy. Oh, hydrate? I think I have 2 hydrates. Okay, I will say goodbye to you two. Thank you for joining me.
I'll see you in like a minute.
Okay, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I love you all.
Bye.
We did it. I don't know when we will play 7 in a sense of if I can schedule it in this year or if we end up doing it next year. What are you doing, Mochi? I think I do need to let out my cat before I do other stuff. I love Teto. I'm actually going to send that to my friend. But we're on to 7, which should be really easy. Village, I have no concerns. Didn't die exactly. You didn't. Pierce is alive. Hey, friends, I miss him a lot. I miss him so much. Okay. Next week's schedule is going to be weird, but we'll still have a Monday stream, so we will be streaming Monday. Yay, Steve. So I'm going to say goodbye from here. Bye-bye. I love you all. Please take care. Have an amazing weekend. And I'll see you all on Monday, for sure. This is zombies are... But yes, please take care and everything. I will see you all on Monday for sure. I will keep the Discord updated for the rest of it for next week since it's Christmas. So please enjoy the holidays, everybody. And that's it. Take care of yourself. Stay hydrated. Stay well. And I will see you all next week. Bye-bye.